Hello, hello, hello. How are you, everybody? Welcome to the Pressure Point ND edition. As we start our program in the next few minutes, thank you so much. You can share the link as we want to diverge in this conversation today. We really appreciate your presence always and for joining our team always as we do the Pressure Point every week, every Sunday, and talking basically the issues that is happening around our country, around the world, and seeing how things goes. Don't fail to share the space all the time. Share the space with other people. Tell them we're alive, and today we are lucky, and also we have our main guest that is Dr. Miguna Miguna himself, plus other guests that will join us. Ekuru Aukot will be able to join us. Bonnie, Dr. Milton, Neto, Abdi, Mwikali, that is the Redemptor, plus many, many guests. So we are here. Share the link as many people are joining as we chat the way forward, being the last Sunday of the year. Wherever you are, 2024, we want to end it with style. And also, if you have a question, you can share, you can request a mic, or what you can do. The best thing that you can do also, you can write your questions there, then we'll have time to read them as we go on with our spaces. Otherwise, I'm happy to see you all. Thank you so much for joining the team. As we start our space, share the link. Share the link as much as you can. We're already live and many people coming in. Thank you so much, Abdi. I see you. Dr. himself is already here with us. Ronyo, I see you. Thank you so much. Come. We share the ideas and what to do. And I know on Monday, all of us, we are going to the street to make sure things are running well. Dr. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much. Happy to see you, Dr. and welcome on board as
Thank you.
we yes, as we share the ideas of the ND edition and being the last Sunday of the year. The year has been amazing and so many things has been running around. And thank you so much. I want to welcome Abdi to give an opening statement and then we start our conversation. Dr. Milton, I see you. Welcome on board. Thank you so much. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, Hillary. I'm grateful to the Almighty for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to a meaningful discussion as we mobilize our people for the mother of them all protests tomorrow so that the will of the people may prevail.
Oh, thank you so
And
much.
I salute Dr. Miguna, the general I see is already here. Good to see you, and everybody else. I appreciate your commitment to these spaces and this debate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ari. Thank you. We are happy to have you also here. And thank you for coming in and also share your views on what is happening in our country at the moment and the leadership that we have, the regime that we have. I think our conversation. Abdi, I want to Sarah this mic to you to give us opening statement. Then we start our conversation.
Thank you, Hillary. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to this end of year edition of Pressure Point, where we confront one of the darkest crises striking at the core of our democracy, humanity, and national conscience. That's abduction and enforced disappearance, and the broader state of the nation. These injustices are not just attack on individuals, but a direct assault on the social contract between the government and its people, I think. The primary duty of a government is to protect its citizens. When it fails to safeguard lives, property, and civil liberties, its legitimacy is called into an action. The abductions and disappearances we are witnessing today echo the darkest chapter of our history. The names of Billy Mwangi, Peter Muteti, MCA Delaware Yusuf Hussein, Bernard Kavuli, Kibet Bull, and countless 89 plus others demand justice. Where are they? What kind of a government abducts its own people and denies the families closure? These are not just names, these are lives disrupted, families torn apart. Imagine a mother keeping her phone close, praying for the call that never comes. A father pacing around his house, hoping for any sign of a missing child. A sibling scrolling through a social media in the dead of the night, searching for an update, only to find silence. Each of these families bear a pain that is beyond words. Their lives are fractured by uncertainty and loss. Let's not mince words. These acts are glaring indictment of a system that has failed to uphold the rule of law. The police have admitted their inability to trace vehicles equipped with military-grade surveillance, operating freely across Nairobi and beyond. How can Kenyans feel safe when our institutions are unable or unwilling to act? These acts are not an assault on our. These acts are an assault on our constitution, a document that guarantees freedom, justice, and accountability. I think silencing dissent, especially the voices of our youth, is attack on democracy itself. But the oppression thrives on fear, and courage always dismantles it. We refuse to be silenced. We refuse to cower. Our resolve to achieve justice and dignity in our lifetime is stronger than any fear of abduction or persecution. I think tonight we are privileged to be joined by our esteemed speaker, human rights defender, who have tirelessly fought for justice, Dr. Miguna Miguna, Dr. Ekuru, Honorable Neto. We invited Alamin Kimathi, members of our Pressure Point team, including Bonnie, Redemptor, Hillary, and many other speakers. So your insight will guide us as we confront these issues and chart a path forward. For those who are unable to speak, please share your thoughts, questions in the chat. Every voice matters. Together, we will amplify our collective call for justice, accountability, and freedom for all. This is not just a conversation, it's a call to action. It is a demand for change. We must stand firm, united, and fearless. Together, we will reclaim our democracy. We stand united. Follow the host, the co-host, speaker, each other to march together to freedom. Welcome. Let me begin. Let the conversation begin. Over to you, Hillary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdi, for the opening remarks, and thank you so much again for joining, and thank you for being giving that detailed opening remarks as we start our space this Sunday. Share the link and invite more people to come, because these are serious space. It's not a matter of conversation, but a way forward for our country. And I know something is coming tomorrow. We want to see and we want to talk way forward today. I want to welcome Dr. Bonnie. Bonnie, I see you. How are you doing today?
Doing very well, my friend. How are you? Can you hear me?
Good. Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Listen, I think that I was thinking about where we are today, and I I just reminded myself that I think it was 2 days ago that Ruto told Kenyans that he's gonna start being considerable, and he's gonna start allowing Kenyans to express themselves as long as they show discipline, as long as they show deference to the government. I think it was yesterday that we saw Kimani Ichung'wah urging the government to start cracking down on Kenyans on social media for expressing themselves. And then I think today I saw Mwanaisha Chizoga, who I think is a spokesman for the government, telling Kenyans to be thankful to Ruto for what he's done for us as citizens. And I started like writing down the things that we should be hopeful, we should be thankful for to the president, right? We should be thankful, for example, for the fact that the president lied to Kenyans last summer, in June, July of last year, that he was gonna fire his entire cabinet and come back with a group of people that Kenyans can see, you know, as good people, as people that they can believe in, as people that are not thieves. And he lied. He told Kenyans he was gonna do that. He came back and appointed the same, group by and large of thieves and other thieves that had stolen in other places. So we should be thankful for that. Kenyans went to the streets in June and July of last year asking their government to listen to them. They were not trying to overthrow the government. They said, we just want you to listen to us. Stop stealing so much, right? Stop stealing so much. The president said he was going to come and listen to Kenyans. He was going to join places like our platform today, right? And he did some of them. But then came back after cutting a deal with Raila Odinga, and none of those concerns that Kenyans expressed mattered anymore. As long as he cut a deal with Raila Odinga, it did not matter. So we should be thankful that maybe he got on one or two spaces. Kenyans were killed on their own streets for doing nothing but asking the government to listen to them. So we should be thankful that over 60 Kenyans got killed. Kenyans are getting picked up in the middle of the streets today, like we're in North Korea. As though our constitution doesn't mean a damn thing, right? None of us that are in Nairobi or in other cities can actually guarantee anyone that we're going to spend the night with our families today. As long as you seem like you oppose the government, as long as you seem like you're not thankful, you're not appreciative enough of the government, you're not guaranteed to spend the night in your own home. We should be thankful for that. Anyway, let me stop there. But I think we should all start writing down things that we should be thankful for to this government for being so gracious to us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bonnie, for that. Yeah, since we started this conversation and we have seen the promise that they gave the people, there's nothing at all. We are seeing just the opposite. They're doing the things that they say that they will not do, is what they're doing, and that's where we rotate our conversation. And thank you so much, Bonnie, for being with us all the time. I want to welcome Wanjiru. Wanjiru, you share the link because of, after two speakers, I'll welcome Dr. To give his open remarks and also give us more way forward, being the last Sunday of the year. As we start next year in a couple of days, what are you going to do? Thank you so much. I want you to go ahead.
Thank you so much, Hillary. Thank you, Abdi, and thank you all for the mic as well. Good evening, everyone. My name is Wanjiru. I just wanna say something Bonnie has said. Things to be thankful about. I think one thing to be thankful about William Ruto is the fact that he has managed to unite all Kenyans. It's no joke. He has united us in a way that we are all united against his bad governance. We are united towards good governance. We are united towards one Kenya. We are united towards I can say redemptor here, redeeming our country. I think it's time for us to realize how this year has been a very fruitful year. We have come up tribeless, leaderless, with a lot of unity that has been shown, and more specifically to youths of my age, and more specific to even women have come out, to speak about good governance, have come out to speak about zero abduction to our kids and our brothers. This has been one of those toughest years. As much as we're speaking about these the idea of edition, it has been one of those tough years, but I'm super grateful that I have come out to be a very strong person. I have no fear. I am readerless. I'm fearless. I am super thankful for that. And another thing I want to speak about is the abductions, and of course the fact that the president, with all good comrades, I want, he's not my president anymore. I just don't understand how he can go on public and say he's the person in question abducting. The police said they are not involved in the abductions. And Mr. Ruto comes out and says, if you respect me, I will not abduct you anymore. Meaning, he is abducting us for which reason? For zero reason, to be specific. So I would also request us to actually put on the more hashtags on hashtag end abductions. Let the community, the international community, know about it. Let's go to the streets tomorrow. Let's meet up and let's actually mobilize our brothers. Let's mobilize our parents to actually even say no to the vaccines that are going to start in January. January is like in 3 days' time. So we have to actually make sure our parents know no vaccine is happening. We have to make sure, and they have to know that the president himself, he said he is abducting kids. He's abducting young men. He's abducting vocal people. I don't know. He wants a society where we are, yes, sir, we are not in the military. We are not following orders. We are the one who put them there. We are the one who put them, who put him actually there. He has to follow us. He has to follow the citizens. He has to follow the will of the people. And the will of the people is stop abducting us. Will of the people is stop this nonsense of shisha, stop this nonsense of vaccine, stop this nonsense of Bill Gates, stop this nonsense of, things that are not actually making sense. Stop looting public funds. As we are speaking today, another 3 billion is going to be looted by him. Every other day he's looting 3 billion. We are saying stop it. It's time for you to actually lead the loom. Lead the loom. This is your country. The people doesn't want you to do that. And I'm super thankful to actually see also Dr. Miguna here. I know he has been vocal about the government, and I'm super grateful for that. He's one of those people I look at and I'm like, this is a super comrade, and viva to him as well, and viva to actually every comrade as well. We were not the people who are vocal. Come June 25, I wasn't that vocal. I was just sitting there on my TL relaxing. But every day I wake up, I'm like, no, 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 Luto must go. Every day I wake up, look at the situation, Luto must go. The increasing of things that we're buying, the taxes that are getting misused. Each time he's donating 5 million to the churches. This is our public money. We cannot allow this to happen. It's painful. It's painful. During Christmas, how many families slept actually without having their parents, without having their kids. Taking Mama Kibet as an example, I was listening to her testimony and it's painful. She took a loan of 200k to take Kibet to university in abroad, and what happened? Mr. Ruto abducted him on Christmas Eve, and he was on church on this on Wednesday, I think on Friday as well, and today as well. He's still on church, doing what? Doing what? Hypocrisy. The hypocrisy we are seeing with I just want to also call out the church leaders. I don't know if next year 2025 it's going to be occupied churches. I don't know what we're going to be, because we have to actually stop this nonsense of having politicians on pulpit. These politicians are stealing from us. These politicians are abducting
Let's try
us.
to land. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know what to say, but thank you as well, and thank you Abdi and Hillary. But Luto must go.
Thank you so much, Wanjiru. We really appreciate your presence and all the time coming to the space and share. And actually, our space is diverse, and we give these people. Before Dr. Milton, then Dr. Miguna, I want to bring Dolphin. Dolphin has been there. Dolphin, can you share your idea during this NDI edition, being last Sunday of the year, and also what is happening in the country and way forward tomorrow? Dolphin, can you hear me? Right. Olwande, go ahead, and then Dr. Milton, then Dr. Miguna will give his views and open remarks. Share the space, follow each other all the time as we go ahead. Olwande, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Hillary, for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Grace Olwande. I'm a children rights activist. And my own question is, I don't know what our president takes us for when he says that he's only going to stop abductions when we stop speaking about our rights in the social media. And again, I don't understand how our president is now telling us that our parents should speak to children. We are not children. We are just people who are dissatisfied. So it's very wrong for the president to speak in a sarcastic manner to mock his citizens. That is number one. Number two, I always say that Ruto is not somebody to chase home by a ballot. I have said this in spaces that the elections are stolen at Bomas of Kenya. If you look at the constitution of Kenya, there is nowhere it says that there should be Bomas of Kenya. We have a situation where politicians have normalized stealing elections at Bomas of Kenya. Elections are supposed to be announced at the constituency level, and we have 290 constituencies. The results at the constituencies are final results. So those are the things we should be speaking about before we go to the next elections. And Ruto is not somebody to remove from power through elections. It is by going to the streets, making noise until he gets out of office. Lastly, tomorrow I'll be in the streets, and I want to urge Kenyans, tomorrow don't carry your placards around, or don't dress in a manner to show that you are going for those mandamanos, because I know tomorrow also Ruto will be there with his goons. So you just dress normally. As you go there, when you reach now town, remove all the tools that you have, which is your water, your plug card from your bag, and we start demonstrating. For me, I am for, we have to demonstrate until Ruto produce those young men that were abducted. We cannot continue in a country where citizens' rights are no longer important to politicians. So it is time we Kenyans, we get out from our comfort zones and demand for our rights. I won't talk much. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you so much, Olwande, for joining and also for sharing your views and giving way forward tomorrow. I've seen Redemptor comes in. Redemptor, you can say hi to the people, and then you welcome Dr. Milton. Then Dr. Miguna Miguna will pick it up from there. Redemptor, I see you. Welcome on board.
Thank you very much. Good evening, good morning, whatever your time is. Happy holidays. Although some of us didn't have any happy holiday, we were keeping watch as mothers of the nation. The few that are woke, that know what is going on in the country. We have to keep speaking, and just the way we've been talked to as parents, we are also going to be making an appeal to the mothers of our leaders and their wives. We have to call everyone to order who bears a child, because we cannot raise children who become citizens only for them to be thrown back to being called children. So today, if I have an opportunity to make my submission, it's going solely to focus on the family unit, which is a pillar in society, and now it is also being attacked. All the other things we looked at in governance and all the other things we've been looking at, all of them have been ticked off, and now it's our turn. And like I would say in Kiswahili, tumefikiwa, and we have to address it. So I'll invite Dr. Milton to give his opening remarks. Karibuni sana. Let's have a conversation and let us save our nation. We are in trouble.
Thank you, Redemptor. I'll just put across for those joining us now. I just want to welcome them to this vital conversation. Let's bring them to speed on the critical issues we are tackling tonight: abduction and forced disappearances, and the profound implications these acts have on our democracy and national identity. I think this is not just a discussion; it is a rallying cry for justice, accountability. We're here tonight to confront a system that has betrayed its fundamental duty to protect its citizens. When lives are stolen and voices are silenced, it's not just the individual and the family who suffer, it is an entire nation. I think our focus tonight is to shine light on these atrocities, amplifying the voice of the oppressed, calling for immediate action. We are privileged to be joined still by our human rights defenders and leaders who continue to demand justice and uphold the rule of law. I think Dr. Miguna Miguna, together we are charting a path forward towards a Kenya where every life is valued, every voice is heard. I think for those who are joining us late, feel free to share your thoughts in the chat or in the chat session, or request the mic to contribute. I think this is a space for a rally to a unity call and collective courage. Together we'll reclaim our democracy, fight for the dignity of every Kenyan. Thank you. Over to you, Milton.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I want to, like I said, appreciate everybody for taking their time to be here. But most importantly, is to pay tribute to the men and women, boys and girls that have paid the ultimate price as we pursue the liberation struggle to make sure that our country is free from the shackles of the oppression under the William Ruto's illegitimate regime. I want to begin by underscoring something that we need to keep reminding ourselves and our people. First of all, William Ruto, we should not continue to dignify his illegitimacy by calling him President William Ruto. He has done everything that is contrary to what a president and the holder of the office of the president is supposed to do, and therefore we should refer to him as William Ruto because that is who he is. He cannot be a president at a time, especially now, when he has already admitted to oppressing the people and to abducting Kenyans. One more. To abducting Kenyans simply because they are demanding that he be accountable and he governs the country well. So, to that extent, he is not anybody's president. He is a man who needs to be frog marched out of State House and to the court martial and sent to prison. So, he is not President William Ruto, and we need to emphasize that as much. Now, he has admitted before the whole world that he is responsible for the abductions of the Kenyan people. I would want the Kenyans and everybody, as we prepare for Maandamano tomorrow, to be inspired by the courage of Julius Malema, who stood in parliament and said that he was not going to be gagged by the speaker who wanted to stop him from addressing Jacob Zuma, then president, and said that you cannot tell us to respect the rule of law when you are protecting a man who swore by the constitution but has violated the constitution. That should be the message Kenyans pass to William Ruto and say that together with his puppets in parliament, they can no longer speak to Kenyans because they have violated the constitution, and what Kenyans are demanding is that they do the only thing that people of his conduct do, which is to leave office and allow the Kenyan people to redefine who will occupy the office and who will do as per the aspirations of the Kenyan people. Number two, we are seeing an orchestrated scheme which we had written about. I wrote about it about 3 weeks ago, and I said that William Ruto has hatched a scheme against the person of the Chief Justice Martha Koome and the judiciary because they want to give it a bad name, and they want to give it a bad name before they feast on the judiciary. I want to say this today without any fear of contradiction, that what we are seeing from a section of the bar led by the likes of Nelson Harvey and senior counsel Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi is a scheme that was plotted in State House against the judiciary, and they are doing the hatchet work for William Ruto by now demanding that we ban the house that is the judiciary, so that William Ruto takes over, completes the takeover of the judiciary. And once he does that, in the absence of the IEBC, he wants to use his puppets in parliament to orchestrate an extension of a removal of the term limit and a continued capture on the people of Kenya, and so that he can continue to oppress them. We must, as we prepare for Maandamano tomorrow, we must also include the likes of Nelson Harvey and senior counsel Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi, who want to cheat the Kenyan people that we can deal with the executive and we can deal with the judiciary at the same time. I stand by my position that the judiciary is the last line of defense for the Kenyan people, and it will be the last one we fix. I do not like Martha Koome, but I do believe that we are not going to get victory in this battle if we now turn our guns away from William Ruto and his puppets in parliament and start fighting the judiciary. That is a distraction, and that is the epitome of imprudent action, and we would be acting against the wishes of the people. Kenyans, we must choose our battles wisely, and at this point in time, we must reject the calls to attack the person of the Chief Justice and attack the judiciary, because it is the last line of defense for the Kenyan people. Before we score that victory goal, we will deal and fix the judiciary. But at this point in time, fellow Kenyans, we must trade our guns on William Ruto and his puppets in Parliament. As I land and drop mic, I want to say this, and I salute all those Kenyans that are saying that this fight has got to go local. We must mobilize people in the villages, at the clan, at the village level, so that the people will stand, and when they stand from that level, it will be the melting pot all the way to the national level. And I salute the comrades who have today declared, like we saw in Bomet, that William Ruto will be told on his face, even from his own people. And I also salute the comrades that are saying that we will target those individual MPs at their home and tell them, you're not going to eat our loot in peace. That is the melting pot, and that is how we are going to succeed. I drop mic and call that let us mobilize, let us share this space, let us follow each other, and let us sustain the pressure on Zakayo and Kasongo the looter, because he is not our president and we refuse to be blackmailed and to be intimidated. Viva!
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milton. Yes, Abdi, you can go on.
Go ahead, Redemptor. Okay.
Yeah, so we do invite Dr. Miguna. This is a special space for him as we close the year, because he did make the announcement that he will be addressing us. And so this is a time, and the topic today, of course, we're looking at abductions, but it's a culmination of many things that have been happening in our country. And we have gotten to this point where atrocities and brutalizing Kenyans has become kawaida, to the extent that people are saying, talk to your children. We do not have children. We have Kenyans. And so we want to hear what he has to say about what is going on. Karibu sana, Dr. Miguna.
Thank you, Redemptor. Thank you, Hillary, Abdi, Bonnie, Dr. Milton, and everybody else. Welcome to this space. We are going to focus mainly on the abductions and the maandamano tomorrow. But I want to start by stating something that some of us have been saying for some time, but I think it's not yet it's not been absorbed fully yet. Number one, The Constitution of Kenya does not give the government any rights. I think a lot of people don't understand that the government does not have rights in the Constitution. The government only has responsibilities. So there are no rights. There is no right that Ruto or any of these ministers or principal secretaries or any of these people that are looting and terrorizing Kenyans can say the Constitution vests on them. There is none. They don't have rights under the Constitution. What they have are responsibilities and duties to the people. The only people with rights are ordinary Kenyans, the citizens, the civilians, the ones that do not hold public office. You don't have a duty to the government. You don't owe the government any duty at all. You don't owe them respect, and the Constitution does not say that you should respect them. You don't owe them obedience. You don't owe them civility. You don't owe them humility. You don't owe them obedience or loyalty. That is the language of dictatorship. This thing about the people must respect the leaders. Such duty and responsibility on the people does not exist in the Constitution. But the people have a right and rights. The right to freedom of expression is robust in the Constitution. The right to assembly, the right to association, the right to a free conscience, the right to be able to exercise your sovereignty by deciding who you would donate it to for a period of time if they act in accordance with your wishes. Those are rights you have: the right to security, the right to housing, the right to food, the right to be able to move around, leave Kenya and come back to Kenya anytime you want, the right to services, the right to food. These are rights that all Kenyans have under the Constitution. The right to be secure and safe from harassment, from abduction, from illegal detention, from imprisonment, illegal imprisonment. And the reason why we say legal is that you can only be detained if you've been taken to court within 24 hours and the court orders that you be detained for a period of time, not forever, but within 24 hours. And that you have to be arrested in broad daylight, or if it is at night, they have to demonstrate why they have to arrest you at night, but they arrest you with police officers in uniform who have orders or summons that you appear, and they have orders from the court that they search your residence or office if they have such orders from the court, not fake ones. So those are things that we have to underline. People, citizens must understand that their rights are not negotiable. The only thing citizens are not supposed to do: one, break the law; two, destroy property or kill somebody or assault somebody or do things that are prescribed within the law or the Constitution. So it is not up to Ruto to create laws or criminal acts that citizens are not supposed to do. Number two, in a situation where we are dealing, can you hear me?
Very well, Dr.
In a situation where we are dealing with abductions, and abductions are simply illegal arrests, illegal kidnappings, somebody seizing you without legal authority. Most of these people that are seizing citizens don't wear uniform, don't identify themselves, don't have legal orders from the courts to effect an arrest, do not have probable and reasonable grounds to suspect that anyone has committed a crime, and are not taking any of the people that they have kidnapped to public institutions such as a police station, for example, and a court of law. So when such egregious acts or atrocities are committed against the people, abduction, for example, there is no neutrality vis-a-vis the act. One cannot say, I don't support or oppose what is happening. The moment you say that you are neutral in the face of an abduction or abductions, you are supporting abductions. You are supporting the criminals that are perpetrating abductions. So there is no neutrality. I've had many Githeri media and other reporters say, my job is to be neutral. My job is to be objective. There is no objectivity and neutrality when you're dealing with injustice. There is none. You have to support and you have to side with the victim of injustice. So there is no neutrality. Anybody who tells you they're neutral, they are supporting the regime. 3, I wanted to talk about things that we can do as responsible citizens to avoid, to stop, to prevent, and to address abductions as much as we can. Those who grew up and matured and fought the one-party dictatorship under Moi, like me, we learned, and it came as second nature, that whenever you go to any place, including your own home, you have to scan the area. You do a quick scan, whether it is a restaurant, whether it is an office, whether it is a meeting, whether it is a conference, you must scan the room. You cannot go to these places and believe that you are safe. So the first thing you do, you are always unsafe, and always consider that you are unsafe everywhere you are. So that you are only going to relax the moment you've scanned the area and more or less established that everything is okay, to the best of your ability, number 1. Number 2, consider everybody around you a suspect until you rule them out. And that is everyone except yourself. Suspect everyone. Everyone around you must be considered a suspect to be an agent of the state. You cannot assume that because you're going to a meeting in a politician's home or office or public place, that you are safe. All the politicians in Kenya are protected by government agents. And all these government agents are NIS or members of the regime that are there to oppress you. So anytime you see anybody with a gun, that's an enemy right there. I mean, these people are not there to protect you. These people are there to protect the state. These guys are paid by the state. So suspect all of them. That is the best way to deal with it. Number 3, take pictures of everyone around you. Because when you go missing, this is the only way that we will, or people will be able to start looking for you, by questioning the people around you, the ones that you took pictures with. I am very disappointed, I have to say this, that nobody is demanding that Omtata releases the pictures of people who are in the office when Kibet went to his office. Nobody has demanded, and he has not produced videos of Kibet getting into the office and leaving the office. And who was with him in the elevator, if there was an elevator, or the stairwells up to the exit, and the CCTV cameras at the exit, because we have been given some still picture of a vehicle standing outside very far. But we are told that vehicle was stationary, that the people that came in it stayed there, that it was on, but we are not being shown anywhere else. That is suspicious. And we must be able to call out everyone, including me. If I met with anybody who disappeared, you have to call me to account. You have to demand that I explain what steps I took to protect that person if I am free and the person has been abducted. So nobody is above reproach. Nobody must be above being questioned. Because to allow us to trust anybody blindly is to continue this ship mentality that has kept us in bondage since 1895 when the British landed and colonized us. Up to now, we have always trusted people in authority. Anybody with public office we think is a demigod. These are traits of slaves. And as long as we maintain them, we will never be free. So demand these things. Number 5, once you take videos and you take pictures, interrogate each one of the people in the videos and the pictures. Because we are many and we know each other, we will be able to isolate and identify people who are working actively with the NIS, for example, with the DCI, or informers, or agents, or collaborators, or facilitators, or double agents. This is very important because we are 56 million people, and the state agents cannot be more than 100,000. So they are very few. This idea, I had some propaganda that there is one NIS in every 5 group of people is nonsense. They are not that many. This is just a scarecrow. They are not that many. Yes, they are there, and they try to infiltrate, and they try to surveil and monitor and pass information, and they try to cause fear by spreading the propaganda that they're everywhere, but they are not everywhere. So we are able to identify them, isolate them, expose them, and be able to stop a lot of these abductions. Finally, on the abductions, on how to stop, prevent, and deal with it, I think we are failing each other by running away from abductors. You know, you have a group of 3 people or 2 people or 4 people. We see them abducting someone on the side of the street, and we either just videotape and watch and let them get away. The best thing to do is to call out for each other, for people to come and surround them and disarm them and tie them up. I wouldn't even leave out beat them up. There is no reason why you are not beating up abductors. These are criminals, these are killers, these are murderers, these are torturers. They don't deserve to be left alone. So we must do this. And as we approach tomorrow, we have to identify places that we will occupy. Of course, at the top of the list, if we are enough in numbers, is State House. Nobody should tell you that you cannot go to State House because this is a public institution. This is a public building, and that is the center of power. That is the only way to remove Ruto from power. The NIS headquarters is open game. Nyati House could be one of the places that these people are torturing the abductees. Because Nyati House, before the NIS moved to Nyayo House and then later on to where it is along Kiambu Road, used to be headquartered at Nyati House. And that building is still there in the CBD. Arambi Avenue, Safaricom headquarters, because I have had people say consistently that Safaricom has been used by the state to monitor critics and to give signals where they are so that they can be abducted. If we are able to storm these places and occupy them and disrupt and stop all the activities there and take them over, the government will fall more easily than even going to parliament buildings. Because the MPs there, when you get the MPs, to what end? They don't wield any power. Yes, they pass bad laws, and yes, they are fortifying the state. But at the end of the day, these tumbocrats, probably you are better off closing them up or taking over their homes because that's their underbelly, rather than even heading to parliament. So for now, I end there. But I am saying let us target symbols of the state. Yes, I agree with Dr. Milton. Like I said the previous time I was here, let us call Ruto Ruto. He's not president. Let us harass him on Twitter, on social media. Let us call him names. Let us reduce him to a normal, pathetic criminal. Let us reduce the veneer of authority and institutional power to nothing. Let him feel like he's rubbish. Let him run away from social media the way Uhuru did. This is part of the way to to regain power as a citizenry and be able to remove an illegitimate person occupying public office. Anybody telling you, oh, don't post pictures of Ruto in a coffin, no, those people are sympathizing with Ruto. There is nothing wrong with satirizing him in a coffin. There is nothing wrong depicting him as a corpse because in our mind he's a corpse, he's not a president. Right? Ruto is dead as far as Kenyans are concerned. And that is metaphorical. You are allowed to do that. So let nobody restrain you, tie your hands with some dubious morality, claiming that, oh, it is wrong to do that. Why is it wrong to do that? Ruto is killing citizens. Ruto is torturing people. Why is it wrong to kill Ruto in our brains and consider him dead? So we must have an empowering language, artistically, creatively, and robustly everywhere. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Miguna. Thank you again for your bold unfiltered analysis. Your voice is always indispensable in highlighting very crucial issues facing Kenya today. I think building on your point, it is essential, I think, to emphasize that under the Constitution, the government has no rights, only responsibilities. I think you said its primary role is to protect and uphold the rights of its citizens. Adding to that, also on the other hand, citizens hold all the rights, including the fundamental right to be safe. I think you said any form of abduction is not only unconstitutional but a blunt violation of these rights. I think abduction is unlawful seizing of citizens and transporting them to unknown locations without due process. I think it's an act of terror, as you said, and any attempt to justify such actions perpetuates injustice. I think, let's be clear, there is no neutrality, as you said, speaking about injustices. To remain silent or ambiguous is to become complicit. Very important tips you mentioned also to prevent them. You scan your surrounding, always assess the environment you are in and identify potential exits or safe zones. 2, remain vigilant. Treat everyone and familiar individual as a suspect. Very good point. Document your environment. Take photos, videos, and pictures of people surrounding whenever wherever you go. Share your location and evidence with someone you trust. In conclusion, The safety of every Kenyan is non-negotiable. Thank you always for your bold views and ideas. Over to you, Hillary. Thank you.
Thank you so much for.
Actually, I want to add one more thing, Hillary, if you
Yes,
allow
go
me.
ahead. No, go ahead, Doctor.
Um, 3 hours before you leave to go to any meeting, put your phone on flight mode. Always put your phone on flight mode when you attend these meetings. Always put your phone on flight mode before you arrive home. Don't arrive home after darkness. It is my rule, and that is why they had to kidnap me from home at 3:30 a.m. when they bombed my place, because they couldn't find me. It is important that you don't arrive home after darkness. Be disciplined. Once you are in political activism and you're fighting for freedom, they're out to kidnap you. So avoid being in places in darkness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for adding that. And we really
Even if you
appreciate.
allow me to
Yes, you're
say,
coming in. Yes, Doctor, and then Redemptor. Okay, go ahead.
mine is a quick one, and this is, I think, a call to action to all of us. I salute you, General, for the safety tips that you've given, and perhaps as a way of making sure that we also play our part, I'm going to ask Hillary that we take Daktari's tips and probably develop some graphics and make that one of the trending graphics so that our people are guided accordingly. You know, like how to stay safe in the wake of the abductions. If we can get a team of young people who are talented and gifted to do that as a small poster which we can share around, I think that is very important for our people to be safe. And the other thing I wanted to buttress is that let us resist this notion by William Ruto and the political class that there is security of tenure, that we have to respect them. Government is about governance of the people, and the moment you are not doing that, the people must stop and resist this blackmail being peddled around that you have to respect the president. He is not the president, he is not doing what he is doing. So people must continue to agitate and continue to demand. That is important in the minds of our people because it is being used to blackmail people and make them feel like they are doing anything disrespectful. There is no obligation to respect people who are not doing that which is in line with the aspirations of the Kenyan people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Milton, also to add that. And thank you so much, Dr. for giving us the highlights and also the measures of the security level when we go out there and the places to occupy. I want to welcome Redemptor. As then, Redemptor, you bring other speakers. Let us see also ladies coming in. We really appreciate your presence and also your views. Ruth, I see you here. Dr. Morgan, in that order. Redemptor, go ahead and then give these people maybe 3 minutes each. That is good because we have so many requests that is coming in.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine is a quick question to Dr. Miguna, that the reason why the divide and rule now has come um, between us and our young ones, not young really, the youth, I don't even know what to call them because I'm finding this word children an insult right now in the context. The question is, once they come to the older generation, they are going to use the legalese. We've already seen the majority leader talking about cybercrime. What would our young men have been charged with? What are the charges for for the measures? Because they are saying it's cybercrime.
So to answer you quickly, there is no crime. Unless somebody is presented to court, there is no crime that anybody can say somebody should have been charged with. There is no crime. If there was a crime committed, they would have arrested somebody and taken to court. And many times they have taken people to court with no known crimes. The crime has to be known to law. You must have done something that they can prove through evidence. So, if say, for example, you circulated the image, and I have done this, I've circulated the image of Ruto lying in a coffin. They can't charge me because what is the crime? What is the cyber crime? You have to say what I did, which is wrong. Because number one, what is wrong by putting him or an image that resembles him in a coffin? What crime is it? Saying that it is not moral. Morality has no place in law. And really, who are these people preaching morality to us? How can an abductor, how can a murderer, how can a looter actually preach morality to you? So that's number one. Number two, if millions of us do it, they cannot charge millions of us. You know, a crime is only so that you can charge a few, as an example. But if everybody is doing it, it cannot be a crime because crimes are supposed to be deviant acts that violate a statute. But if the statute targets everyone, then why was it enacted? It cannot be enacted to criminalize the entire society. So that is why some of us are saying, let everybody do it. Because they don't have enough prisons, they don't have enough magistrates and judges, and they don't have enough courtrooms to take the people. So therefore, it automatically becomes no crime. So people should do this without fear. Because the more you do it, the more it is that nobody will actually come to you.
I have seen someone put a list for us. Pardon my ignorance and majority of Kenyans on the laws. What is chargeable as treason? Because it has been used.
Treason, what is chargeable as treason? You see, why do people fear these things? I was supposedly charged with treason in 2018, and they couldn't even take me to court because treason is very high. It's very difficult to prove. You have to prove that I planned and had the ability to overthrow a government and actually tried to do it. How would you be able to prove that? Because I circulated a picture? I think people are just being too naive and people are just being too cowardly. These are crimes that you cannot prove because you don't have an army, you don't have a militia except them, you don't have an organization that can overthrow a government, not violently the way that a treason is supposed to be executed. Protest is not treason. Saying I want Ruto to go is not treason because that's just a statement. And even marching to State House to evict him is not treason because you are allowed to do that under Article 1. So even replacing a government is not treason if you are millions of people doing it. Because essentially what you will be saying is we no longer want you to preside over us. We have withdrawn our the power that we donated to you. That's what you're doing constitutionally. Constitution does not mean you have to go to court to put into effect what the article says. A constitutional act does not mean that you seek permission from the person who is oppressing you to be able to tell him that you want him to vacate the position that you put him in. So people are really mistaken on treason. And honestly, are you going to charge Kibet Bull with treason? How do you prove that he planned and organized and had the ability to? If Kibet Bull could overthrow Ruto, right? If a government is so weak that a cartoon or silhouette can actually overthrow the government, then that's not a government, isn't it?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have to clarify that for the sake. Sorry, Dr. Abdi, you can take over after this. The lady with the hand up can you think it's a question, and then Dr. Abdi, you can pass the mic.
Sorry, I missed you.
It's Dr. Milton. Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say something. You know, the general is saying something that is very, very pertinent and very important. First of all, this scaremongering and instilling fear, that is why they use such big statements as treason. And our people need to have the courage to say that if anything, government must have the ability to defend and protect the citizen. So, like General has said, if you're saying that Quebec Bull, through political satire and expression, is able to overthrow that government, then that government has no legitimacy because it has no capacity to protect its citizens. So, to that extent, it is a government that needs to go home because it has failed in playing its role and meeting its obligations.
That's fine. Here's fine. Thank you.
If you may allow me, please. Can you hear me?
Somebody interrupted. Yeah. Olwande, one, 2 minutes, please. And
Okay,
then
so
Ruth.
just a quick one. Thank you, Dr. Miguna, for your sentiments. And I want to just urge people, whether you don't appear on the streets, you are not safe. So it's just better we do this once and for all of us, so that we bring sanity to this country. And lastly, I want to urge every youth that now is the time. There is no any other time that you say you did something for your country. So let's all wake up tomorrow as early as 5. You can be in town. Personally, I'll be there at 5 a.m. so that by the time the policemen are coming, we are already in town. Let's not wait until 9 is when we show up. Lastly, the doctors told us about the places that we should occupy. If somebody has that talent of making them, shortlisting them in a graphic design manner, please send us those graphic materials on the social media platforms so that you can be able to share them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olwande. We really appreciate your presence and sentiments. Yes, Redemptor, you're saying?
No, I was handing over to Abdi to pass the mics and yourselves,
Oh,
because I
okay.
don't know the order in which.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. Ruth, I see you. You've been here for a while. Ruth dropped. Let me welcome Dolphin. Dolphin. Okay, maybe people are complaining that they have mic issues. Maybe they're interfering with the internet. Check your internet, check your speakers, everything. Dr. Morgan, then Ronyo, then George, in that order. Then Farah. Abdi, back to you after after that team. George, go ahead. Or Dolphin, you're here.
Oh, here, can you confirm if you're hearing me?
I can hear you, but Dolphin, I've seen your mic. Dolphin,
Sure. Dolphin, go first.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
good evening.
Okay, I actually don't have much to say because a lot of stuff has been said. I'm just here to encourage everyone that for those who will go out tomorrow, let's meet in town. I'll be in town tomorrow. I'm actually in Nairobi. And let's come out because this is time. If we keep on saying tutafanya, that's the reason why Ruto keeps on doing this shitty stuff. So I call upon everyone who is able to come out. For those who remain at home, those who are in up country, kindly help us to push for this campaign in social media. The hashtag of Ruto must go. What when you wako home? Ruto must go on social media everywhere, so that wale wenye wako kwa ground, sisi tunaenda kuperform. That's all I have for today, and I wish you well tomorrow. To meet Tao kesho.
Asante
Thank
sana
you so much.
Dolphin. Thank you so much. And that's the spirit. Dr. Morgan, go ahead.
Thank you, Hirale. Could you be hearing me very well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm Dr. Morgans from Uganda. My brothers from Kenya, it is very sad to see how quickly Kenya is descending from being regarded as a beacon of hope for our troubled East Africa. You know, for us in Uganda, we were looking up to Kenya to now being known as an abduction home for young people because of the government. You people, the people of Kenya, woke up in the morning and gave the mandate to protect them. Guess what? You can't abduct me and again protect me. That is why for us in Uganda, we are doing whatever we can with the low civic education to oppose Museveni. We sympathize with you, the people of Kenya. Like President Bobby Wine, who we believe in, warned you that any sign of Musevenism should be resisted on the go. And to the young people of Kenya, you have an opportunity to save Kenya from becoming Uganda. You have the opportunity. Nobody is going to come to save you. Nobody is going to come to stop Ruto from making Kenya Uganda. If you want to give an example of a state that has failed in Africa or in East Africa, then particularly it is Uganda. So don't allow. In Uganda, abductions have been normalized. They no longer make news. You know, the president, charges currently over 20 people have been charged because of, disturbing the peace of the president. A young man goes to TikTok and makes a video talking about Museveni, and the next day he's in prison, sent to prison for 4 years. Don't allow that to happen to Kenya. We are looking up to you. You are our hope. For us, cases like treason have been normalized. We have had over 36 opposition members that have been in prison for 4 years. They have not been charged, and nobody in Uganda has spoke up. The only time we tried to speak up, it is because you people of Kenya inspired us. You continue to inspire not only us Ugandans, but many people from Africa. Whatever you're doing it to shake dictatorship in Africa. You're not just doing it to shake dictatorship in Kenya. So when you're going out there to defend your constitution, to defend your country, just know you're not defending Kenya. You're defending Africa. You're inspiring Ugandans to do something. You must defend your constitution before it is too weak to defend you. If you don't approach repression when it is just at its instance of seeding, it becomes much more harder when it grows. My brothers and my sisters from Kenya, do this because nobody is going to come and do it for you. And tomorrow, as you go out to protest, make sure you go out with somebody. We back home in Uganda, we are rooting for you. We are rooting for you. We know what we are fighting. We don't want to see it come to Kenya. It is very saddening that in Kenya, they're not only abducting Kenyans only. Very recently, you read in the news how Dr. Chiza Besigye was, abducted from Kenya by Ugandans. Now imagine if Uganda has the capability of coming to Kenya and abduct a person that entered Kenya legally. And Kenya makes no statement about it. If somebody has the capacity of coming to Kenya and abduct a person who is in the caliber of Dr. Kiza or Besigye, then the question is how many people that are being abducted in Kenya and nobody knows them. Nobody's out there to shine a light on their plight. Kenya, my mom comes from Kenya. We always considered Kenya as a safe haven or haven for us as Ugandans. Whenever you would be on the run, Museveni and his governments are looking for you, Kenya would be the easiest option. Kenya is home to Africa, is home to Uganda. We are glad to see you go out to protect it. The right to safety, the right to life is non-negotiable. Ruto does not have authority to life. We want to say we are behind you. We want to say we applaud you for everything you're doing and you're inspiring us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Morgan, for your submission. We really appreciate that. And you said that mom is coming from Kenya. We really welcome you home. And we're here to make Kenya great. Thank you so much. Yes. KOT, I see you. Welcome on board. Who was coming in? I saw Ronyo, George. Or, yes, Ronyo, then George. George, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you so much, Hillary, Demta Abdi, and Dr. Miguna, all my fellow comrades. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well, bro.
Thank you so much. I appreciate a lot. I agree with everything that all of the speakers that have spoken before me have said, including Dr. Miguna. Thank you so much for saying that Kasongo and his goons cannot urinate on our rights. If they're saying that we should respect them, I want to remind those who are saying that we should respect leaders. Their other title that they are forgotten is that they are employees, and they are our own employees. We are the one who are paying their taxes. We are the one who are paying their good, the luxury life that they are living. So they should not be speaking about respect. Respect is earned. You cannot be respected when you are abducting us, when you are killing us. And another thing that Kasongo has forgotten, he said this. He said in their manifesto, which is upside down, that this government is for Mboga, it's for Mkokoteni, it's for Boda Boda, and what they have come to do is they have come to rape the economy. They are destroying the lives. They are destroying the moral fabric of our country, and they cannot be telling us that they will not listen to us when we are telling them to behave. They should not be asking us to behave because we are learning these bad behaviors from them. So when they are going to churches, and actually I should ask people to stop going to churches, because these people are giving them platform to continue terrorizing Kenyans. People who are abducting Kenyans, and they are being given platform to speak in the pulpit. That is evil. These people are evil. They are abducting Kenyans. They are abducting kids. When we saw the last time when Kasongo was being interviewed, he was asked about his own daughter Charlene. When he was asked why is Charlene saying that there is an office for the first daughter, and he said Charlene is just being a child like any other child, so let her be. So when he's saying that his own kids can just be allowed to do whatever they want to do, but the kids of innocent Kenyans can be abducted for weeks, for months, and he's saying nothing, and he confirms on platform, his student confirmed that he's abducting Kenyans. He belongs to prison, he belongs to jail with his goons, and all of them deserve to go back home, because we are the one paying them. We are the employees, and when we have employed you, we decide if you're not doing a good job, we can recall you, we can decide how to fire you, we can decide to take you out of those houses. And the bloods of those you shed, the bloods of those young people who died in front of parliament, that blood will eat all of you. Idiots. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Ronyo, for that. Yes, George, go ahead. Thank you so much, Ronyo.
Thank you so much, Hillary, and thank you, Redemptor. Thank you, Abdi. To the general, thank you so much. When we hear your voice, you know, vibrate from Canada, and it shakes. It puts the waves into the oceans and lands into our beautiful country, Kenya. The government shakes. They shake because they know the power that you've got in your voice that moves the nerves of the unsettled mothers, the unsettled sisters, the unsettled brothers, and the unsettled country that is on its knee asking what went wrong. We woke up very early. We sang songs, but what went wrong? As a person who cries with the young ones when they have their issues, personal issues, and then you have a group of kids who have, of teens and youth who have got so much personally to deal with, and then a tyrant comes and lords over them. You don't know what to do. And so after After Miguna Miguna speaks, he touches on every nerve of the problem and he layers it bare. Ours is to listen and ours is to act in every way possible that we can. Some of us are not with you in Kenya, but our hearts are bleeding where we are. And that's why we also voice it loud and clear that Ruto is not a president. To the NIS operatives who are here listening, we want them to know we don't fear them. Some of us are more trained than them, so we don't fear them. We know what they can do. In fact, Ruto's government is the best government ever. It's very predictable. We even know what they will do tomorrow before we do what we want to do as youths. So to the brave youth standing up for justice and fighting to save your peers from the grip of oppression, your courage and determination are a beacon of hope. Just like our brother from Uganda has said, it brings hope in a world that is very dark. But you guys must know that your voices, your actions, and unity have the power to expose injustice and inspire change. We are with you. We are standing steadfast with you. And we are watching and we are doing whatever we can do in the little way that we can do it. God bless Kenya. We shall win. We shall reign. The tyranny must fall. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and for those joining us, we still welcome you here tonight for this important conversation. We are tackling very urgent issue of abduction and enforced disappearances, acts that not only threaten individual and families, but the very fabric of our democracy. I think this is more than a discussion; it's a call to action. Together, we will shine a light on these injustices, amplify the voices of those affected, demand accountability from those in power. Your presence here matters. Your voice is essential. Feel free to share your thoughts and your questions on the chat session. I do have a few questions for Dr. Miguna that from our speakers, which I'll read later. Over to you, Hillary. Thank you. I also acknowledge Honorable Neto. Please come to the mic. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Neto, thank you so much for joining and everybody else. KOT, I see you, but let me give Farah, you want to say something? Then I welcome KOT in that order. Farah? Right. Farah cannot hear us, man. So, okay, KOT, go ahead, man. How are you doing?
I'm good, mkwaje?
Lamas kabisa, kaka.
Okay, sawa sawa. So wacha nitumie lugha yoyote yenye tutaelewana sisi wote hapa, kwa sababu kuna mipango za hapa na pale. So hi my fellow Kenyans, good evening, and honestly mimi niko hapa tu kuwakumbusha kwamba time is now. Yeah, we are only some few hours to the D-Day. And remember, we all agree that we are not going to go back home. Immediately we go to the streets tomorrow from 8 a.m. Number one, until our friends are released. Number two, until we bring sanity in our country. And by bringing sanity in our country, I mean Kasongo, the one and only Ruto, he must go, because we have been singing every now and then, tumekuwa tunaimba, and the guy actually asked us to give him time so that he can ensure that everything is in place. We gave him time all the way from June 2024 up to December. Unfortunately, kila kitu imekuwa ikifanyika. In fact we are even at a very worst state, more than where we are in June. So at this time, I don't think there is any negotiation, there is any sympathy, no, nothing. The only thing we want is to ensure that we are having a good government in place, because we cannot be living in a democratic country with dictators, with a dictatorial regime. So we need a balance, and that balance, we need to have democratic leaders. So because under our constitution, Article 1 and Article 37, We can exercise our rights directly. That's under Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution. And of course, when you dig deeper to Article 37 of this Kenyan Constitution, it gives us room to express ourselves through the streets. And that's why we are saying, because this guy amekataa kutisikiza, the only thing he's doing to us is abduction, the only thing he's doing to us is overtaxation, the only thing he's doing to us is to deny us education as the young people, the only thing he's doing currently to our nation is to even injure our cows. You understand? So because we have been chanting every now and then on this platform, we have had dialogues. We have tried so much how this guy can govern this country, but unfortunately, this country is bigger than him. And you understand that there is no person who is bigger than a nation. So because Ruto currently doesn't know what he needs to do, then it's high time that we get new leaders, because we have been singing to him, can you constitute IEBC? There is no IEBC. Yeah, we've tried to ensure that we get now. In fact, alitudanganya akifanya campaign kwamba in the medical sector will be having premiums insurance, whereby a common citizen like me who doesn't have a job will only have to pay 300, then go to hospital and get medication. Unfortunately, he brought us SHIF yenyewe for, like, if I'm a young person, mimi sina kazi, mimi ni mama mboga, baba boda boda, I have to pay more than 1,000 every month. Ametoa NHIF tulikuwa tunalipa pesa kidogo, 500 every month. You understand? Now we as the young people, as we speak, because our parents, mkiangalia our parents, just look at your parent, you'll find out that your firstborn hapo nyumbani, probably your parents walimpata wakiwa 20 years ama 21 hapo. But for us here, we are reaching almost 25 years. We don't have wives, we don't have children, just simply because saizi maisha ni ngumu. Yeah? For us young people, we are even afraid to have girlfriends, because you wonder, utafanya makosa na hakuna linda mama, because the guy just entered the government alafu akatoa hizi vitu zote. So what we are saying now, there is no negotiation. Let us go to the streets and express our anger. Let us go to the street according to the constitution and exercise our rights. Yeah, na pia si tunajua kwamba those guys are planning, wanajipanga. But we have good numbers. Nilikuwa nashangaa watu wanasema Nairobi hakuna watu, sijui tuweke maandamano tarehe 6. Bana, saizi hata watu ni wengi, hadi wengine wameshindwa venye wanatembea kwa barabara wakuja Nairobi, because everybody now is coming to Nairobi. But hii maandamano yenye tunapanga sio maandamano ya Nairobi peke yake. Any county uko, just ensure that you are occupying. And we only have one song. End abduction. Ruto must go. Wale mko diaspora, we also request you, akina Daktari Miguna, I can see you are here. Occupy those sijui zinaitwa aje zile offices zenye zina represent hapo kwa ambassador. Occupy them. Go there, ensure that our voices are heard, because the moment tunanyamaza, hao watu wanatukanyagia. See, tulienda kwa nini kwa streets the last time tulikuwa kwa was on August 8th. Na hapa katikati we have been doing nothing. You find out that because tumenyamaza, these guys now takes an advantage. They come to abduct us. They take us to safe houses. Unashangaa sasa, honestly. Juzi amenya ameshare hapa coordinates, and I think we had to act swiftly, because we had gone to almost every police station in Nairobi. Our comrades are not there. So when amenya shared here the coordinates, I asked my friends, tufanye aje? Chukua gari bana, tuko Thika, twende. Ni wapi Nairobi? We can access the press, twende. Tumeingia hapo ndani. Unafika hapo mahali umambiwa, honest, leta kama sio hiyo nyumba venye amenya anasema, you'll find out that huko nyuma, it's total forest kabisa. So I was asking myself, if you're having friends who have been abducted saizi wenye tunajua, and by any chance they are being held somewhere, mahali ambapo tuliambiwa, then look from this angle. We have some people who have been abducted wenye hatujui, we are not even mentioning their names. So such people wakipelekwa mahali kama hapo na kuna forest huko nyuma, what do you think can happen to those guys wenye hawajulikani? They can easily murder them, they can easily kill them, and after killing them watazikwa hapo. You'll find out that utapata hiyo place yenye Amenya alituambia tuende, I mean alisema watu wanaweza wako hapo, it's just another Shakahola. Guys, honestly, we cannot live in a country mahali sisi wenyewe tunaogopa. Siku hizi hata unashangaa utafika aje kwa nyumba, because unafika kwa gate you are like, ama kuna mtu amenifuata. So unafaa upite kwako, urudi tena upite tena before uingie, just doing surveillance. So we cannot live in a country where we even fear going to our homes. So what we are saying now, tomorrow at 8 a.m. those who are in Nairobi, twende to occupy Nairobi. Those who are in Mombasa, kutaneni pembe za ndovu. Those who are in Kisumu, you know what to do that. Those who are in Bungoma, Kakamega, Vihiga, Siaya, Busia, Wapi, you know where to occupy. Ensure you are occupying those places. And for those police officers who are here, wenye wanakuja kuanza kutuzia uoga, at times pia sisi itabidi tumesuspend peace, because we have been so peaceful. We have been so peaceful. We go to the streets na chupa ya maji, na chupa ya soda, tumeenda kwa street hapo na flag and a phone, but you guys are shooting against us with bullets and even water canisters and tear gases. Honestly, is that how you are trained as a police force? So guys, kitu mimi naomba tafadhali tutoe differences tuko nazo zote. Najua hata Generali Miguna aliniblock, sijui nilimkosea nini, Generali sijui nilikosea nini, lakini tutoe hiyo difference kidogo, alafu tuende tuseme Kasongo must go because we are tired. Asante sana Hillary, Redemptor na Abdi.
Thank you. That was a good one. Thank you, KOT, for your insights. They are both thought-provoking and impactful. We are grateful to have you here tonight. Please, as we said, follow each other, mobilize. I'll read a few questions for the general as I bring him in to chime. The first question I will read from our readers from the chat is, given the rampant cases of abduction and extrajudicial actions in Kenya, what immediate legal and institutional reforms should be prioritized to ensure accountability and prevent state agencies from abusing their power? How can we ensure that complicit state actors face tangible consequences under the law? The second question is coming from John. How effective is the current witness protection framework in Kenya in safeguarding individuals who come forward with evidence of abduction and human rights abuses? What legal policy measures are needed to strengthen system, restore public confidence in its ability to protect whistleblower victims? The other final question was, with the media often caught between exposing atrocities and protecting victims and their families, what steps can be taken to ensure a responsible and secure environment for investigative journalism in Kenya? Thank you. Over to you, General Miguna Miguna.
Thank you, Abdi. You read them so fast. I'll try my best. The first one is legal and institutional reforms that are needed, and also things that need to be done to have those who perpetrate abuses face consequences. I think I've said many times, reform is a useless term that is being used by system-oriented individuals. Reforms bring you nothing, because reform is a window dress. Reform is like applying a coat of paint over a rotten edifice. So we don't want reforms. This is what the conservative, liberal, so-called activists tried to do or persuade Kenyans were needed in 1980s, 1990s. And look where all of that got us. To nowhere. Reforms, yes. Some of it led to institutions being set up, purportedly independent, but easily captured by the same state, easily captured by the executive, easily captured by bandits. So, no, we want a revolution, not reforms. We want the overhaul of the entire colonial state infrastructure and then to replace it with something fresh, something new. This is why I've always also said those who are rushing in to say they want to run for president or whatever are jokers. Because you want to inherit the same defective institutions and colonial structures so that you can continue to do exactly what we are saying we don't want. What we want after the overhaul is for a constituent assembly or something similar to that, where Kenyans discuss and agree on what to do with these structures and institutions so that we have pro people institutions and structures, and then we will have fresh elections. Then we can set up the IBC. If we do set up the IBC now, before the overhaul happens, then you will have worse than Chebukati. You will have Ruto impose Raila Odinga's brother Uburu or somebody else to be the head of the IBC. And then what are you going to do? Because you demanded it. And with that, I go to the second question. The witness protection program in Kenya is a joke. Remember that all the witnesses that were supposed to testify against Ruto and Uhuru and the ICC indictees were all killed. So, and then the person who was supposed to be responsible for that program, Hassan Omar, was made a senator of Mombasa and now nominated member of the East African Assembly and Secretary General of the regime that is abducting. So you can see the rewards. Then you can see the IBC CEO, Chiloba, has been promoted as a diplomat in the US. And you see, so you can tell that the Witness Protection Program, which is under the State Law Office, is a joke. Okay? So we don't have a witness protection program. I believe after we have overhauled the system and transformed the infrastructure, the political, economic, and social infrastructure in the country, then we will have a witness protection program that works. Legal measures or legal and policy measures to protect whistleblowers, that's another phantom. There is no protection of whistleblowers. Everything actually arises and falls on the basis of the overhaul. If you don't have an overhaul, it doesn't matter what you do with the legal policies or programs or measures or what you say about whistleblowers, it will all result to nothing. Whistleblowers will continue to be exposed, will continue to be jeopardized, and will continue to be victimized if we do not transform the existing structure and have a state governed by or under the Constitution. Right now, you have a state that is managed through whims of individuals, caprice, or of people like Ruto. It is the arbitrariness and it is the impunity that pervades all institutions. Because today I was reading that just yesterday or the day before yesterday, Farouk Kibet, an illiterate man, slapped a member of parliament for Chapalungu. And nothing has happened to him. He will never be charged. He will never be reprimanded. He does not even occupy any public office, but he can slap a member of parliament. That shows you the impunity with which the William Ruto regime is 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 abusing power. And that also answers the second question, the last question. So I think the questions actually rise or fall on the basis of what we do about the existing state. Anybody who talks about reforms, like those Ruto men talking about reforming the judiciary, are jokers. We don't want reforms. Reforms means changing hyenas or tailoring different uniforms for them, but the forest remains the same. And we can't continue that way. I wanted to say lastly that it shouldn't matter whether Ruto releases all the abductees tomorrow, and we wouldn't even be able to know all of them have been released, even if he claims that he has done so. The demonstrations and mass protests should continue regardless of what he does. I know he may decide to do something tonight or even in the morning tomorrow in order to put people off balance, to make it look like he has crumbled under pressure, to make it look like he is now uh, a, a person who complies with public demand. We should disregard anything William Ruto does. He can release all of them. He may release a few of them. He may release nobody, but it doesn't matter what William Ruto does. William Ruto has to go out of power so that he's punished in accordance with the law to the full extent of the law. And then the people have the power to reconstitute their state so that we have a fully um, robust democratic state governed by people with integrity who are fully and freely chosen by the people in order to provide services for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you again for your powerful insight. I think your contributions highlight a very critical truth we need to confront. I think indeed the capture of reforms by state actors show the urgent need for a revolution and an overhaul of colonial infrastructure that no longer serve the people, as you say. I think you have rightly pointed out that the lack of pro people institutions and the structures, this is a fundamental failure we can't ignore. As you said, in the absence of real witness protection makes the promise of justice feel like a cruel joke for those seeking accountability. I think this is a wake-up call for all of us. If we truly want a change, we must demand a system that prioritizes people, protect the vulnerable, build institutions to reflect justice, equity, and accountability. Thank you for framing this so powerfully. Over to you, Hillary.
Thank you so much, Abdi, for that, and Daktari. Yes, Farah, go ahead. Then Abdi, you can, and Redemptor, you can give people mic again. Farah, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yes,
All
yes, I
right,
can
you
hear
have
you.
two
Can you
minutes,
hear me?
bro.
Thank you, no problem. I want to put things into perspective because a lot of us seem to be confused. The truth is, we need to understand what a country and what a state means and how what it is supposed to be made up of. It's not supposed to be made about characters and individuals. Si mambo kuhusu Raila ama Ruto, that's not how you build a state. A state is built between, it's basically a social contract between people, how they're going to live amongst themselves, and then they form institutions that are mandated to ensure that whatever the social contract is, they uphold it. And because we have this and we have the constitution, we have a government today that we elected. Whether you voted for it or you didn't, tuko hapa leo, and we must live in reality. The truth is we have a breach in this social contract. Wale ambao tuliwaamini na usalama yetu tukawapa binduki na mali yetu, leo wanatumia hiyo silaha kutuwinda, kiwango ambao hata sisi haturuhusiwi kuinda wanyamapori. And that is the truth. The other truth is people have generated AI images of the president, wamemweka kwa sanduku. lakini hii serikali imeweka watoto wenyewe kwa sanduku na sio kwa AI generated images. Ni ukweli. In reality, people have been put into the ground in coffins. It's not about sugarcoating. Si mambo, it's not even about Ruto. We have a contract and the contract has been breached. What are we as the people going to do? Because leo mimi ni mfugaji wa ngamia, uje uibe ngamia yangu, ni jukumu langu kurudisha hiyo ngamia. Leo we have a social contract and we have a contract between us and the government. They have breached that contract. The other thing you must understand is you cannot delegate your patriotism and your civil duty to your country. Hawezi. Sio duka unaweza ambia Miguna niangalie hii duka nitarudi. You must. Your civil yani your responsibilities to your country is not negotiable. You must. Like, literally, I was in Somaliland for a period of time, and every time people get married, they pray that Ilahi idinku ayal dalka dadka yo dinta wa anfai dona. Yani Mungu awapea watoto ambao watafaidisha nchi, wananchi na dini. Even their children, they have patriotic songs that they ayal kadega hugurida, fill it into their ears what the country means to them. My question to you is, what does Kenya mean to you? Because to me, it's my motherland. And it's not even hatufai kuwa tunaulizana hii maswali, because we as a people are the makosa ni yetu. We have accepted the morality and all standards of living to go solo and degenerate in to such a level whereby the thieves and the wale watu ambao unazuia watoto wako hata usicheze na wale ambao unawazuia wasicheze nao, ndio wewe unaenda kuwapigia kura waongoze. So it's not kuongea ukweli. Tunaweza we can point a finger to them, but it is us as a people who are wrong. And I totally agree with Miguna when he says, what are you going to do about it? Because he has understood that how what they have is delegated power. Because mimi kuongea ukweli inaniudhi sana, whereby you can see and understand what your responsibility is to your country, but tofauti yako wewe na yule ambaye ako pale, you are also a dictator in waiting, because wewe pia unangojea deal gani ivane. We are all that, all of us. None of us want to be people who, a very simple example, the 78 billion that Adani was offering to renovate JKI, tukiamua kuchanga wananchi ni shilingi 1393 kwa kila mtu, and still we believe we are poor. It's our responsibility. The contract that has been breached, we must hold these people accountable. You cannot delegate your civil duty and your patriotism. Tafadhalini. That is something you must understand. Hillary, thank you. I'm just winding up. But you must understand one more thing, that previous generations have faced tougher hurdles, fought tougher demons. We are dealing with people who cannot run healthcare systems and education system and even maintain roads. And we are still questioning ourselves about what to do. Tafadhalini. Let's show up. And it's not showing up for any other reason other than your patriotism and your love for this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Farah. I can hear from your voice na ukweli kuna machungu tunapozungumzia mambo haya. Tunashukuru sana kwa mawazo yako na asante sana kwa kuhudhuria mkutano wetu kila wakati. Welcome everybody on board. We are in the NDA edition. This is Pressure Point. We want to push it hard, and tomorrow, I know Dr. have given where to occupy and what to do, the security around that. You can check the Twitter. Those who are joining, we have tried to post them. And if you have any question, please you can post it. Then we can answer that. We can give Dr. to answer that. So I want to give KD, and then Anwati's son, then Paul, in that order, for us to have many people request. We can see so many requests, guys. 2 minutes each. That will be important for us. KD, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, good people, and thanks for everything. Thanks for everyone who's here. I think the one word I've picked from this whole conversation so far is responsibility. And just on that moral spirit, can everyone on this space please just repost this space, please? As many as we are, 300,000 plus. Kindly just take I'll spend 10 seconds of my time to let you just click that whatever and share so that people can get to know what is happening, because that is the number one reason why we are where we are. Some people feel more responsible than others, and this problem seems to touch some people and not all. So please just take your point. It's only one person who I see retweeting and retweeting, and that is the one thing you need to do for you to be more of a patriot. Now, I want to give a lady here by the name of, I think she spoke and left, Alwande. And me, I'm speaking to the mothers today because I have sisters who are parents to this generation. And if really you are a mother, I want to sound a little bit harsh because of the rage in my heart and say that you haven't cried enough if you're not doing anything. Be ready to cry even more, because the people we have in power really don't care about you. And the reason I say this is because most of your children do not have any idea what you have gone through, because some of you are actually victims of the post-election violence. And now you can see a deja vu of this whole thing happening now with your descendants, to the point that you may never get to see your grandchildren. Now, the moment something like this happens and then your son, daughter comes home and says, no, I'm tired of this regime, and you don't do anything about it, the next day you wake up in the morning, take your bag, take your money, go to work, you're going to build a nation, you are actually supporting this suppression, because they just take everything to be normal. I think it's a high time that I just thought about it from a more reflective perspective, and I think it's really a concern that when we see these kids spend so much time on social media, being called digital wankers, you have to take that as an insult. And we didn't until the time we were told, parents, mothers, take care of your children. Ni jukumu lako, you know. So as if it wasn't an injury enough, think of Mama Rex in her remorse and loss of her son just on the peak. And all those mothers who I don't know. Kibet's mom, who cried very hard and said, he was supposed to leave the country to to go and advance and maybe shape his future. And now it's been cut short. Plus those other mothers who we don't even know where their children are to this day. And no one is talking about them. Citizen TV has done a very good profile just on today's whatever bulletin, though they have highlighted a few of the mothers who are so much in anguish and sorrow, just thinking of what happened to our children. So and then Olwanda came and said, we are not safe. Whether we stay at home or whether we go on the streets, we are not safe. And I think that is the call to action, that you have to take it upon yourself and say, this government is not going to kill any other kid anymore. It's not going to happen again under our watch. You have to question, because no one was there when you conceived. Nobody was there when you gave birth. No one knows how you matched up from year number 1 to year number 20, 21, 25, 35, whatever. Even if I get to 99 years old, my mother would still call me my son. I will still be my mother's son. And I just feel that pain, that I think we have to let these people know that, hey, It's not eggs you're killing. These are human beings, and we actually have gone through a lot of pain trying to bear them and bring them up to be where they are. Fathers are not going to spend their time digging graves for their children because of a rogue regime. You have children also, you know. And this, I feel I should just call upon it and tell you that let us all, even as parents, stop having this fear in us and say we are going to join our sons and daughters and go to the streets because we are dealing with a monster who does not care about life in general. And then lastly, Dr. Miguna has shared some very good pointers on how to deal with abductors, and I see KOT is here, who is very good in spreading the information and just like say insensitizing everyone. Maybe you can just go ahead and share the tacts and the pointers. I'm sure he can even just work with his affiliates on trying to have them on like on a pamphlet, whatever. Then people can actually go and shoot them out. But please, if you're on this space, please, the most you can do for us is just try shoot it out. Let those people who do not know what is happening know that actually we are together in one voice. Thank you, Hillary, and everybody else.
Thank you so much, KD, and we appreciate your sentiments and on pushing the parents to know that when they were struggling, some of us were not there, and let us learn that. And we cry out for young people who are being adopted. We don't know where they are. The government should bring them out. And thank you so much. I want to bring Anwati San.
Oh,
Yes, Dr.
Hillary,
Yes, sir.
Hillary, I see Mathiara, I think, has been trying to speak. So,
Okay.
but I think I see him up and down. So I don't know why he's not being given a chance to speak.
Yeah, let me bring him up. Thank you so much for that. I gave him mic sometimes, but it dropped. Let me try to bring him again. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Doctor.
And as you go on, I will maybe read a few comments also,
Only
Hillary.
two. Read only two.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'll read one from Dr. Morgan in Uganda, who says the rogue abducting Kenyans are likely to be Ugandan trained or Ugandan aided. And then I'll talk to about the Kenyan German lady who says Kenya and the global community stands firmly behind you once again. Thank you for your comments. Please keep to the chat and we'll be reading out. Over to you, Hillary.
Oh, thank you so much, Abdi, for that. Yes. And what is and then Paul, then Western.
Thank you so much, Hillary. Uh,
You're a speaker. You're very low, man. We can't hear you. Come near to the speaker.
okay,
Yeah, you're good.
yeah, I'm saying thank you so much for this opportunity and all the panelists for the wisdom they are giving to us. Mine, I'm going to be very brief because time is not on our side and we need to swing into action. First of all, I want to say that none of us is safe. Nobody, including everybody, is safe in the hands of William Ruto as the. And as I told you earlier, that William Ruto is a kind of a person who will never forgive anybody and anything. So if we cannot tackle him head on, then we are going to lose many people. Our mothers are going to continue crying. They are going to continue lamenting. And yet we have the responsibility as the citizens to claim back our rights. We have the responsibility as Kenyans to demand, and we have the responsibility to remove him from power, because unless we do that, then we are not going to make it anymore. So many speakers have spoken, and if we are only going to hear, to only listen to what they have said without acting, then we are doing nothing. So in whatever capacity that you have, whatever area that wherever you are, that you are doing something. If it means pushing a hashtag, just push a hashtag. If you are on the ground, tomorrow let us meet very early in the streets so that we demand rights. Thank you so much. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you so much, Anwati. George, go ahead. Then I see the party leader is here also. Madiora, you'll have a time to come in after George. Oh, Western, after Western. George, go ahead. No, Paul. Paul, go ahead, then Western. Okay, Paul is sleeping. Okay, West.
Oh, I am
Shilahu.
not sleeping.
Thanks.
Okay, Paul, go
I just
ahead.
wanted to highlight something. I just wanted
Yes.
to highlight something for us as Kenyans and as Africans. I'm personally Ugandan, but I want to start by recalling the words of Martin Niemöller. Martin Niemöller said that first they came for the socialists and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. So they later we delay these uncomfortable conversations to the people that are supposed to drive the change that we need to see around us. We are going to lag behind and we are only going to keep talking. It is now time for us as Africans at the different levels that we are at to begin raising these conversations in the most formal manner. And if we go formal and there is no one to respond to what we are saying, can we go physical? Can we go on the streets? As Kenyans, you have a very good history of having a system that somehow still works. But the later we delay the uncomfortable conversations, it is going to get to a point where you cannot object, you cannot say anything against the government and it works. So the time is now to raise up before it gets too late. In the interest of time, let me end there. Thank you. Greetings from Uganda.
Thank you so much for joining. Welcome on board every Sunday as Pressure Point. Thank you for your sentiment. Thank you so much. Well, Shilaho, go ahead. Then I give the party leader also to say something. Then Redemptor, you can pick it up from there.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
I think I can be heard. Good evening, fellow Kenyans. My name is Sheila Nyangara, a devoted citizen, just like all of us. And it pains me to see where our country has gone to. You know, today is me, tomorrow is you. Okay, it saddens me that someone can be abducted in a place that has residents, so many people living around. You know, and it's because we are scared. We are scared something will happen to
And
me, like
history.
maybe. Pardon?
Maybe somebody open a mic. Go ahead, Sheila. Then I don't know who
Okay.
opened the mic. Yeah. Mm.
All right. All right. So it's very unfortunate and it's disheartening that
How do
we
they
now have
expect
to turn.
to benefit from that which they did not
Right.
institutionalize?
Western.
Because the same thing that
Western.
befell the likes of Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, you preside over a one-man show. So
Who was speaking? I think the
Western.
lady was the one
Yeah,
speaking.
I think Western, your mic has a problem. Sheila is talking, then you'll come in. So unmute your mic, mute your mic, wait the host or the host to give you a mic so that you can open a mic. Go ahead, Sheila. Free agent, can you mute? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was saying it's unfortunate that the government is getting us to a point where we have to be defensive now. You know, when you see things happening, you'll get scared what's going to happen to you. You know, you're wondering, I could be the first one to throw a stone or the first one to shout, and someone would turn and shoot me. But remember, someone has to do something. We have to come in numbers. So it's unfortunate that we are getting to a point where citizens have to arm themselves against people who are in broad daylight violating our human rights, both constitutional and human rights in our own motherland. It's very unfortunate. And I feel bad that we have to get there. Feel like, you know, Ruto came to power. Yes, he was voted in. Whether it's majority, we do not have time to even contest that. But he was entrusted with a majority, I mean, a very huge number of Kenyans. And they entrusted him and they believed in him. But now he has fallen short of all the expectations we had of him, of his mandate itself. And we are just saying, dear sir, you and the individuals that have selected yourselves and put yourselves in position of authority, we no longer see you fit to represent our interests. And just saying that, has put you in a place of you can be abducted and done things. We don't know what they're being done to. The torture, to those torture chambers. When you hear stories about them, it's not something to smile about or even try to fathom. So it is very important that we now get to a point of gathering the courage. Do not fear to be the first one to shout. We need to come together. We need to support one another. It's a collective effort. That's what we need to see right now. If you're in an estate and there is a vehicle that has come and you're seeing someone, they're trying to do something, you scream and shout. If you have to hide under somewhere, if you have to switch off the lights on your balcony and scream or throw something, be the first one to do it. And I think when we start doing that, other people, that way we are going to collect security. We'll be able to secure ourselves because we even have these Nyumba Kumi initiatives in so many places. And if we take that Nyumba Kumi to protect one another, I think we'll have a step ahead to address this, because it is happening and we know who the orchestrators are. We are sure, we don't know the names, but we are sure these are people who are against the progress of our sovereignty as Kenyans. So let us come together and support one another. And then lastly, this is not abductions, but it's a long-term plan that I think we need to keep advocating every time. Your only power is your vote. And by the way, if we do not know, applying for a voter's card right now, applying for an ID, not a voter's card, applying for an ID is 1,000 Kenya shillings, something that was free. Those Huduma centers, our tax is what pays for the utilities that are used in that Huduma center to process an ID for you. Your tax money, the uniform they are wearing, the Kenyans who work there, it is us, it is our tax money that buys those uniforms. It is our money that buys the ink. It is our money that facilitates the whole process. So it is very unfortunate that again the government has to make business and something that jeopardizes our rights as Kenyans, our right to vote. So you can
Thank you,
imagine by
Sheila.
2026.
Yep, you can wrap up. Yep.
Okay, so you can imagine 2027 is around the corner. How many people in the villages who are earning low income are going to have enough disposable income to say, I will go without food, I will go without wunga, and I will get this 1,000 and vote and get an ID. So I think that's another strategy we need to look at, how to mobilize ourselves to strengthen our voice. So thank you very much. And Kenyans, let's not allow abductions. Let us try to come together and support one another. So thank you. Thank you
Thank you
very
so much,
much.
Sheila. Let me welcome the party leader. This is Matiola Carriera on board. Thank you so much for joining us this evening, and we want to give you a platform to say hi and to talk to Kenyans.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll also want to welcome Honorable Kigame, who is also there. Please speak the mic. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, fellow compatriots, for making time to gather around this NDR conversation. And I'll start by thanking Dr. Miguna Miguna for giving us a bit of the legal background with regard to where we are and what we can do even to safeguard ourselves from abductions like we've seen them happen. For those who are not aware, we had yet another abduction this evening. It happened in South Sea, where a gentleman was bundled into a white pro box with no plate numbers, and it drove away with him. People, of course, like we've done in the past, did not intervene. So this went unchallenged, something that we are asking Kenyans to stop. Now, tomorrow, we are coming out to the streets. And for those who do not find sufficient support from our constitution, let me take you back to the Bible, and there are two verses I will share very quickly before I address a very pertinent issue here. Someone shared Exodus 21:16. We are not asking that we go and kill William Ruto tomorrow. We are law-abiding citizens who will do that which the law says. So the Bible itself says that whoever kidnaps a man, whether sells him or is found with him in his possession, must be put to death. Now, the president did confirm that they are going to end abductions. You can only end that which you have power over. Either you've been doing it, or you started it, or you have information about what to do to stop it. So that was him admitting that he knows that this has been going on and it is sanctioned by people within his authority. The deputy president did give us information, so we are not groping in the dark. We know that it is this government that has lost legitimacy that has been doing these abductions. So remember that you're protected by the Kenyan law. Our constitution is very clear that if you come out tomorrow, you'll not be engaging in anything unlawful. So come out. We will be there. We've been making plans to be present, to be heard, to be seen, and we will occupy until we see meaningful action being taken. Now, there is something with regard to how we should secure ourselves that the general has described, and I find myself right now vulnerable because there are precautions that I realize I have not taken seriously. Let me go back to the abduction of Kibet Bull that happened. And just so you know, right now I'm engaging you from Taj Tower. I know people think it's wrong for me to disclose my location, but then I'm on the 5th floor where Kibet was before he went missing. I'm sharing this information because I am aware that the government has all information about all those persons of interest out there. General Miguna Miguna was a victim of the excesses by state agencies, and he had taken all the necessary precautions, but eventually they did get to him. So sometimes when the state is overzealous, they will have their way. Now, I'm not being reckless. We are not being reckless. We have work to do, and this work sometimes requires that we are at certain locations. So I want to go back to how people have processed things before. Now, the first abduction that happened was that of Bob Njagi with regard to us having had a meeting at Taj Tower, and then he left to go home and in the process was abducted. It had nothing to do with us exposing him. It's just that we have this space where we meet and share ideas about how we can make this nation great. But after we have left this place, whatever happens beyond is actually out of the control of those that are in charge of the premises where we meet. That's Taj Towers. Now, of course, there's information that has been shared, and if you have cared to reach out, Senator Okiya Omtata is one person that's very accessible. He even has his phone number on his X account where when you call and you're not able to reach him, if you keep trying, eventually he will pick up and he can answer whatever questions you pose to him. And Kenyans have been doing that. Now, we realize that we did let Kibet down because today he was supposed to be in Israel, but he's not there. So regardless of whatever anyone has done, we did let Kibet Bull down. And for that, I regret. But then There are others out there who were taken under different circumstances. His brother, for instance, Ronnie Kiplagat, went missing days before Gideon Kibet was taken. Steve Kavingo, Billy Mwangi, Peter Muteti, Bernard Kavuli, Kelvin Mudhoni, Justice Mutumwa, Martin Njuko Mwau, Kalani Mwema, and even the person that has just been abducted right now in South B. All these cases happened because our government has neglected its duty of care and in fact has gone an extra step to form a unit that is operating outside of the law, but I'm sure, of course, using our taxes. Kenya is currently being led by a gang of looters and thieves who are currently illegitimately occupying official positions in government, and they are led by William Ruto. There are cases that have been filed in court, but unfortunately, due to the fact that our courts are captured, these cases have not been fast-tracked, even though some were filed under certificates of urgency. But then the evidence that has been presented in court is sufficient to show that William Ruto has violated our constitution, and if Kenya was a properly functioning jurisdiction, him together with his gang of thieves and looters would be cooling their heels in prison. Now, that being the case, us finding ourselves where we are not helpless. We must keep agitating. We must keep pushing because it's the pressure that we've been exerting that got him to speak in Homa Bay and assured us that he's going to stop the abductions. We must not sit back. In fact, I assure you, if just those of you who are in this conversation tonight show up in the streets of Nairobi tomorrow and encourage those who are up country to occupy wherever they are, this government is going to pay attention and release our fellow comrades. They abducted them because they have no evidence with which they can charge them in a court of law because these Kenyans have not committed any crime. That said, I need you to realize that if we do not unite, if we keep fighting each other, we keep showing them that there is a chance that if they keep organizing like they have done before, they will sustain themselves in office. I'm sure there are a majority of you that have mobilized so that at least someone shows up in the street if they are not able to do it tomorrow. Let's wake up knowing that it is our duty to defend and protect the Constitution of Kenya. Our laws are not helpless. Our constitution is not helpless. Please do not abdicate your responsibility. Do not leave those who will be in the streets exposed tomorrow. At the end of the day, knowing the nature of this regime, there will be those who will have been arrested. There will be those who will have been hurt. God forbid that we have any bloodshed and death and further abductions. But if we make a resounding statement tomorrow by showing up, they will take a step back. And that in itself will be the start of this victory that we must fight for. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll be hanging on. There are questions I may be able to respond to with regard to some of the abductions that have happened. But again, tonight is a call for all to come out tomorrow. Let's do this for our motherland. Let's do this for Kenya. But most importantly, let's do it for those who right now are under illegal detention and are not able to fight for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really
Thank you.
appreciate your sentiments and also your contribution towards the NDI edition. Redemptor, yeah.
Yes. Um, I want to comment on something that had been that keeps coming up, that this power is donated to this regime and it's a social contract. And there are some things that we can talk to the citizens. Even having 3,000 people in this assembly or more incognito is something that is practical at every level. Now I'm not a part of the we, but these people are given power in the ballot and they are misusing the power and they're assuming the leadership has no expiry date. But there's something citizens are doing and need to stop doing. They are looking for affirmation. Every time something very bad happens in this country, like our young people have been killed, the first thing they do is to go and meet the Wananchi and look at all the incidences. They go to the leaders, then they go to Wananchi. The leaders clap, the Wananchis wave. Now you're giving them power again. So at every level, we need to tell everyone who is a Christian that the Bible says, thou shalt not kill. And I think even the Muslim. And that should be a message is like, why do you go to clap for them every time they do something bad? And even as we come to speak, we need to keep reminding the government, because they're listening, that you said mutakomesha, and kukomesha meant release them with immediate effect. I do not know why this regime is threatened by Gen Zs. They do not harm the millennials as much. All the people who've been abducted with apart from the Kitengela 3 are in their 20s, early 20s. So there's something going on there and we are going to address it. And yes, KD, you're right. We need to hear from the mothers. So the next speaker, those are my submission even as we bring somebody else on. There are things we can do at every level. And this is a protest. Having these meetings is a protest because we are saying you're not the only ones who have the right to speak in assemblies and get approval from the people. I see Dr. Milton has unmuted a bit. I don't know who was next, Dr.
Yeah,
Mudir.
Okay, I'll just say something.
I just wanted to say something, Redemptor and everybody. We need to put this correctly. Let people not misinterpret the protests that are coming to mean we are simply saying release the abductees. The protests are about a sitting until William Ruto and his puppets in parliament all leave. This is a regime that has lost its legitimacy. It has it has not done that which it is supposed to do. So it is not about the abductions alone. We are saying, William Ruto, the protests are going on, and until you leave office together with that illegitimate legislature, let us not give them room to imagine that now there is anything they are going to do. And General spoke about this, and I want to emphasize, William Ruto has to leave. There are no two ways about it. There is nothing he is going to do. There is nothing they are going to try to do to convince us otherwise or convince the Kenyan people. They have already lost it. They have violated the law and they have violated the people's rights. So it is them going kaput.
Thank you, Dr. Milton. I just want to cycle back to what the party leader said for his valuable contributions. I think you have helped us see the issue from a different angle. I think abduction is not it's a human right violation. It is a calculated move to instill fear, suppression, and voices that dare to challenge the status quo. Let's be clear. I think enforced disappearances are not random. They are state-orchestrated tool of tyranny, designed to break the spirit of resistance and intimidate masses into submission. But Kenyans have never been people to cower in the face of oppression. I think this only strengthens our resolve. Can you please, Mike, mute your mic? And I also want to cycle back at Dr. Miguna Miguna to chime in and also give his additional submission. Thank you.
Abdi, there is a gentleman there. I see free agent. After me, could you please give him a chance to speak?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you. We'll
I
do
just
that.
wanted to say thank you very much, and everybody else. I think we have to be very clear that we are not begging Ruto. This idea of Ruto promised that there will be no more abductions, as if it is some kind of reward, as if it is some kind of gift that he's giving us, that, oh, all of a sudden, it is his grace. He's so gracious that he has decided not to abduct us. This is ridiculous. Ruto confessed to being a criminal, to being a torturer and an abductor, and to being somebody who violates, subverts the rule of law and the constitution. He should be condemned for that. We should not keep on talking as if we are sort of begging him. And yes, Dr. Milton is right. I stated very clearly that the protest should not just be about abductions, but ending Ruto's regime, the entire regime. And somebody said, I think it was Farah, that this is not about individuals. Yes, it is. It is as much about individuals as it is about the system, as it is about the institutional and structural repressive nature of the state. It is about specific individuals violating the rule of law and subverting the constitution and abducting Kenyans. If we fail to name the individuals responsible, then we are failing on our duty to liberate ourselves. As I said, the Constitution does not put responsibilities on us. We only have rights. But the only duty we have is liberating ourselves. That we have. But that duty is to ourselves. It's not to the state. That is a duty that God, if you believe in God, gave us. The duty to dignity, the duty to liberation, the duty to freedom, the duty to be a full human being. That duty we have. And so we have to take all those rights that Ruto has abused, exercise our duty to bestow those rights on ourselves again and permanently. Lastly, people are talking about the social contract. And I think there is confusion about that. Somehow, people believe we had a contract with this regime. We don't. The regime lied about what it wanted to do by convincing people to vote for it to do those things that the people wanted. But that was a fraudulent exercise. A contract cannot be based on fraud. You cannot lie. Say, let me give a bad example for men here. You cannot lie to a woman and then purport to marry her. And then when it falls apart, you say there was a contract. No, you got something through fraud. So it is a nullity. Those marriages are nullified as if they did not happen because it has to be based on good faith. It has to be based on honesty. It must be based on a transparent free will, exercise of free will. It cannot be that you're telling me that we are going to institute a state capture commission to deal with all the past violations of human rights and plunder by previous regimes, including that of tyrant Uhuru Kenyatta. Then you come, then you invite Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, appoint them or their cronies into the cabinet, and have a big banditry you call a regime, and then you say you have fulfilled the undertakings that you made to the people. No, you got our vote through fraud. And those who are blaming Kenyans who voted for this regime are as confused as the regime. The fact that you voted for someone does not mean that you waived your right to demand accountability, to demand your rights, to demand your dignity, to demand constitutionalism, to demand the rule of law, to demand respect for human rights. You never did that. There was no such agreement. that I vote for you and you can do whatever you want and I will never oppose it. Where do these people live? So the point is, there was no contract between us and Ruto, none exists, and therefore we don't have to uphold any part of it. This was a fraud from the beginning. He knew he was defrauding Kenyans, and it is time to bring him to account. Number one, for fraud. Number two, for violations of the Constitution. Number three, for abuse of power. Number four, for plunder. And number five, for barbarism. Ruto should go to jail, period. Let us not dance around these things. And let's get out of there very angry. And our anger should never be quenched by anything short of Ruto out of power. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Redemptor. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Continue.
Yeah, so I don't know. Yes, I don't see Bonnie. Yeah, Bonnie, you've been very quiet. Please take the mic.
There is a gentleman called Free Agent. I don't think he has spoken.
Yeah, we're looking
Thank
for
you.
him. We gave him a minute.
If he wants to go now, I can wait. Other than that, I can be brief.
Go ahead, Bonnie. I want to add
Thank you.
that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make my small contribution. I mean, we all have our reasons for why we think that we should go to the streets. And I'm going to echo a lot of what has been said. There's any number of reasons that are, justifiable reasons for us hitting the streets again. For me, top of that list is a simple one. When I look at this government, I see a foundational misunderstanding of our social contract, of the contract between us and the government under our constitution. When you look at this government, sometimes I don't know if it's just being ignorant, whether it's because the government is full of dumb people. It's hard to know whether sometimes it's that they don't understand, or they're just ignorant, or it's contempt for the average citizen. I just don't understand. So I switch back and forth between those three reasons as to why they're doing the things that they're doing. Regardless, they seem to think that Kenyans are tenants in Ruto's kingdom, that whatever he says flies. That's why they think that he can appoint thieves into public office and cannot be questioned. We cannot criticize him. When he appoints people like Mwangi Wairiya, we can't say anything about it because it's his choice. He can appoint people like Evans Kidero to public offices, even though he's a criminal who has stolen billions from the people of Nairobi, has cases in court, and that doesn't matter. The president and his associates believe that he can give orders to kill citizens just because he's president, and we can't question. The president and his friends and associates think that he's owed respect and deference.
Don't call him president, my brother. Don't call him president.
Yes. Correction accepted. That Ruto believes that he can give orders, and we owe him respect just because he occupies a position in our government, because we elected him. The reason why you're seeing people urge the government to crack down on Kenyans who have done nothing wrong other than criticize him. We come on this person to criticize our government because we want our government to function better. We want it to live to its promises, right? It's our government. We are not tenants in Ruto's kingdoms, but Ruto and his associates seem to misunderstand that. And so that alone, to me, is good enough reason to go to the streets, because we cannot pretend not to recognize this foundational misunderstanding. The government needs to know that we are not tenants in Ruto's kingdoms. They need to know who's boss. In a democracy, the citizens are the boss. We decide the rules of the game. We decide who the players are going to be. We decide when the game starts, when the game ends. This is good enough reason for us to go back to those streets and tell tell Ruto, you cannot just do whatever you want. You cannot pick Kenyans in the middle of the street, hold them incommunicado just because you want to do that. You cannot be the one to decide what parts of our constitution are valid and legitimate to you and which ones are not. We cannot. How else can we send this message to this government? What other means do we have? You can't have a discussion with these people that don't care about the constitution, people that don't care about cries of Kenyans. How can we go to the streets, have dozens of people dying, and the president lies to you and tells you, I'm going to listen to you, comes back and appoints thieves and thieves and thieves of public. How else do we communicate with our government? We have to get back on those streets, if only to just tell this government who is boss in a democracy, and that's us. Thank you.
Thank you. Who was next, Hillary? Dr. Miguna was saying there was somebody who's to come in.
I actually see him. I see him right up there, and he's already given the speaker designation. So I don't know. He's right there, called free agent.
Free agent, go ahead.
Yeah, free agent is not a speaker yet. We have given him the mic. He has to accept on his side. So as we wait for that to happen, can we have Nothing K speak?
From where I'm sitting, I can see him called speaker. I don't know why.
Yes.
From where I'm sitting, I'm seeing speaker just next to his name.
No, it's not there.
Same here. That is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's not here. I can see. I've been going through. I think it's dropped. So we are trying to bring you back. Free agent, request the mic, then we give you again. But it's not in the mic, Dr. Okay. Let us go to Mzalendo, then Josephine. Nothing. You've been here for a while. Go ahead, Mzalendo.
Thank you so much Hillary. Daktari, asanti sana kwa kuungana pamoja nasi jioni ya leo. Daktari, I was having a question. Where did we end up by having important institutions like IPOA and IBC chairpersons being appointed by the president? And then, what can we do about such institutions that such institutions do not have an appointee? Like now, IPOA are telling us that they have launched an investigation on the abductions, and who is their boss? Their boss is the man who purports to be our president. He is their boss, and he's the one who is abducting us, and he's the one who has appointed this former IBC chairperson as the chairperson of IPOA. So can this IPOA actually investigate the abductions if their boss is the one abducting us? And then secondly, as tomorrow we go to the streets, I'm pleading with Kenyans. Our sovereignty is in numbers, and number two, our sovereignty is in anger. As Dr. Miguna has said it rightfully, nothing will quench our anger apart from the butcher going home. The butcher has to go. Kasongo has to go. That is when I will settle down and my anger will be quenched. Fellow Kenyans, dear patriots, our sovereignty is in numbers, and number two, our sovereignty is in anger, and number three, for the love of our nation Kenya. Kama unapenda nchi yako, kesho tokezea. Kama unapenda taifa la Kenya, kesho tokezea. Na mwisho nitasema hivi: to end abductions in Kenya, Ruto must go. To bring back the sanity in the nation, Ruto must go. To defend the constitution of Kenya, Ruto must go. To ensure people are secured in Kenya, Ruto must go. He has to go. Kasongo must go. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mzalendo. I want to request that
Fellow Kenyan,
we have, free agent, you're coming in. We have several requests, so if you take 2 minutes, it will be better for us. Free agent, go ahead, and then Dr. You'll come in for those questions. I hope you're writing them down. Thank you, free agent. Free agent, go ahead.
Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah. Come
Hello,
closer to
can
the
you hear
mic.
me?
We can hear you, bro. Come closer to the mic.
Okay. Yeah, I hope I'm. Hello.
Loud and clear from Zambia. Go ahead. We can
Am
hear
I
you all the way from Zambia. Go
clear now?
ahead. Yes, you are.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Kenya. Mm, And
We
this
can't
one
really
only
hear you.
needs diligence, focus, concentration to achieve this. Why am I saying the creative power of thought? Is now when we have now begun to entertain the thought of liberating our mind, which Dr. Miguna has been speaking.
I think we are losing him all the way from Zambia. The free man.
No, the guy is in
This is
Kenya, but I think we should go
okay.
on.
I think we are losing him. He says.
Agent, check your connections, then you can join us again. Thank you so much. We are losing you a little bit. Nothing. Go ahead. Then Josephine. Then Joe. Nothing.
Hi everyone. I don't know whether my mic is clear because last week I was breaking. If you can hear me, you let me know.
No.
It is not clear.
It's not clear. Let me drop and
Nice.
come back. Thank you.
Yeah, it is so bad. Thank you so much. Yes, Josephine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Larry, Abdi, and the Redemptor.
Oh my! What is happening today?
You guys have been hacked.
All right, you guys. I think they are trying to interfere with your networks. Check your mic. Check your internet. I think they're now affecting that. I don't know. Josephine just dropped. Dolphin, can you go ahead before I bring Joe in? Dolphin. All right. There's something happening. Abdi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Can we bring in Joe? Joe, and if Joe is not there, we can bring in Anwar. Thank you.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead. 2 minutes. No, he can't. He can't hear us. Joe, can you hear us?
Just they're unmuting. Even Dolphin, try to unmute. I think you can hear me, Hillary.
Very well.
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Anwar, can you hear us? And Los Angeles, anyone on the speaker who can hear us?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Go ahead, Anwar. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, comrades and fellow citizens of the Republic of Kenya. I wish we were meeting not to be talking about the events that we are talking about today, but just to talk about how to develop our nation. But unfortunately, we are here today, brought together, united in one cause by a tyrant that has no respect for human dignity and human life, a person that does not recognize that the lives of the children of other people are equally as important as the lives of his own children, and therefore takes upon himself and abrogates upon himself the duty of God to abduct these children, interfere with their future, incarcerate them, torture them, and kill them. It is very unfortunate. I have to admit, I am one of those people that campaigned for this president. I am one of those people that voted for Ruto. But our vote, my support, was never premised on the position that he was going to abduct and kill those that do not agree with him. We thought that we were going through a different dispensation of a trajectory to develop our nation, but that has not been the case. So we are here today. The abductions are very unfortunate. They have been used as a tool of terror to intimidate the rest of Kenyans against rising up.
But I want to encourage all of us Kenyans. There is power in unity. I think the greatest duty of any citizen of any nation is to ensure that they hold their government accountable. The government of Ruto today has demonstrated that it has lacked the ability to lead. It is a government that is not centered on the service to the people, but purely on the service of the interest of a few individuals. And none of us is safe. It doesn't matter whether you are a Luo, whether you're a Kalenjin, whether you're a Kisii, nobody's safe. Even if you're not abducted today, do not sit back at home and hope and wait because these abductions, the wave of abductions are not at your door that you're not safe. No. We saw them during last year's high cost of demonstration, high cost of living demonstrations. Many people were killed. Those who supported those killings today are experiencing the brutality of that same government. I would want to urge all of us to be on the right side of history, to stand up and be counted. Get out tomorrow, register your dissatisfaction, and demand an accountability. Demand that this government must stop the abductions, that those that have been abducted must be released because they have committed no offense. We are in a free country. We do not need to seek permission from Ruto to speak or to say anything. All we ask of any government is to act and operate within the confines of law. This is a government that has gone rogue. This is a president, in my opinion, that has been. I could compare him to a dog that has been who was caught rabies and is therefore going out biting everybody in the streets. I think it is important that that be brought to an end. So I stand with all Kenyans. I support them. I continue to encourage them, and I ask all of us, in solidarity of those that have been killed and those that are continue to be incarcerated, to rise up tomorrow to stand and defend the integrity and the sanctity of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anwar, for your submission. Who was the next? Anytime, Dr. Miguna, you can chime in. And I think we got to Josephine that we lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to acknowledge I want to appreciate Hillary for hosting the space, Abdi and the Redemptor for hosting. Dr. Miguna Miguna, I really appreciate your input to us as a nation and keeping on enlightening us day in, day out. Basically, I appreciate each and every Kenyan in this space and any other Kenyan who is not in this space and they intend to be here. Because this is the place to be, to redeem our country and save our country from this tyranny of people who think that they are supposed to bring us down and we live under their yoke. Those days are long gone and forgotten, and this is a new time. We are living in new times and new occasions. Personally, I wouldn't understand why Ruto thinks still he can be the president of this Kenya while he doesn't know everything that is happening to the citizens of Kenya, yet he saw that he was going to protect the nation, he was going to protect the constitution, and he was going to be a symbol of unity to this nation. Right now, he knows nothing. Only afterwards, it erupts that he was the one actually directing what's to be done, and it comes into public domain, and he doesn't care, he is not apologetic. We cannot have a president who do not take liability. We cannot afford to take a president who cannot apologize to his citizens who has given him authority and mandate to lead them. And he sits there and thinks that he's going to dictate on how we are going to live or how he's going to govern us the way he wants. Once he says, go this direction, we follow that. That will not happen in this country. Fellow Kenyans, a time has come. We look at Ruto as a person who has hurriedly lost his wisdom, because a person who is approaching 60 years of age fighting with a person who is 19 years, 20 years, 21 years, 22 years, 24 years, that shows there is lack of wisdom. A person who is fighting people who are expressing themselves in the best way they can express themselves, because he has failed to listen, he has failed to see, and now in reciprocate, he decides that he's going to abduct people and tell us only if we respect him he shall stop abducting. Hiyo si tafadhali na si repentance. Hiyo ni kiburi ya hali ya juu sana. Ruto amejisahau ya kwamba sisi ndio tumempatia mamlaka ya kutuongoza na si yeye ametupatia mamlaka ya atuongoze. A time has come, fellow Kenyans, we have to bring this to an end. Na hatutaweza kuileta to an end while we only focus in one direction. Tutumie mbinu zote. Let everybody use any weapon, not weapon per se, si silaha ya vita, lakini silaha yoyote ambayo unafikiria unaweza kuitumia to bring Ruto down and make him go home. Can you use it? Because he doesn't seem to understand that we are the people who brought him in power to rule us according to our constitution and to protect us. But right now, he knows nothing about what's happening. When people are dying, he knows nothing. When people are abducted, he knows nothing. When women are being killed, he knows nothing. When people are not attaining health services, he knows nothing. When the JSS has no teachers, he knows nothing. When the classes are not available and it's January, he knows nothing. Then why, tell me, why should Ruto decide that he should be the president of this country? For me, he doesn't deserve, he doesn't qualify, and the best thing, the kindest thing he can do to himself is to pack and go and give us space. We have somebody who can guide us accordingly. Fellow Kenyans, we have to stand firm for what we know, for what we believe. We should not fear anybody. Let's remember that Joe actually said on his presence that he was going to come for us, the people who speak in their spaces. And I have no doubt, because he's the one who came with the word. He is part of whatever is happening to us.
I give you a few minutes to land.
We need to declare this once and for all, and let them give us a space, and let everybody tomorrow come out in large numbers. Let's work it once and for all. We redeem our country. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Fellow Kenyans, thank you so much for listening to me. Let's continue injecting and making Ruto know that he is not fit to be our president. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine, for your submission. I think I want to echo the urgency of this matter. I think the abduction of our children is a horrifying stain on our nation's conscience, and the silence from those responsible for the justice and security is unacceptable. I think this space is about accountability. I urge everyone here to speak, but also to take action. Let's unite to demand transparency, leadership that truly prioritizes the safety and the rights of all Kenyans. Together, we must refuse to normalize such atrocities and fight for Kenya that it protects its vulnerable. Thank you so much. I'll cycle to Joy. Dr. You can chime in anytime before I give you the mic again. To Joe and Linus.
Linus, can you hear us?
Abdi, let me answer the question that was asked.
Yes, Dr.
As you look for Linus. I think the gentleman had asked about IPOA, and he said, why is it that the president is the one that appoints the head of IPOA? Actually, strictly speaking, it's not up to the president to unilaterally pick the head of IPOA. What is supposed to happen with independent constitutional bodies such as IPOA is that the positions should be advertised by the Public Service Commission. And then a selection committee is supposed to be set up to interview, to shortlist, interview, and pick 3 names, which are sent to the president, and the president picks one. That is for the chair. And then the board that is constituted representing different organizations is supposed to pick the deputy and the rest. But the point is that all the independent constitutional bodies, including the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights, are now basically under the presidency. So, for instance, the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights is the one that was supposed to be blowing the bullhorn and talking robustly about abductions and demanding accountability of Ruto and his cronies that are responsible for the abduction. But you can see that the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights is dead. You can see that most of the institutions, other than the Law Society that has done a great job through its current president, a lot of the institutions that are supposed to be demanding accountability and providing a check for the executive are now basically Ruto's dogs. When he tells them to bite, they bark. When he tells them to keep quiet, they keep quiet. The national, there is one called NCIC, the National Cohesion and Integration Kenya. That one is even dumber than all of them. The EACC is dead. The DPP, which is the Directorate of Public Prosecution, supposed to be independent also, is dead. And the person that is working there is a Ruto appointee that gets direction from Ruto who to prosecute, who to arrest, who to prosecute, whose charges are supposed to be terminated, which deals to make, and which evidence to tender in court. So everything is a joke. That is why I said earlier that I think the best way possible is to take over the entire state, dissolve all these institutions. It would demand that we overhaul even the constitution, and then bring up institutions and structures whose only loyalty are to the people of Kenya and to their sovereignty. I mean, unless we did that and we subject the executive to be nothing but a service instrument, it serves us, and if it fails to do so, then we dissolve it. Until we get to a point where the people have the ultimate say, not these institutions, so that anytime the institutions fail, anytime the structures of government fails, anytime individuals who preside over these institutions fail, we have a shortcut of recalling them and replacing them. Then we will not have any change. And this can only happen when we remove Ruto and overhaul the structures that we are complaining about. If not, nothing will happen. Let me answer quickly Muthiora, who mentioned something about abductions and how they ultimately came for me. I think we should not mistake some of these things. What I'm saying is this: we should try everything possible to ensure that we are not sitting ducks, that you're not just sitting there waiting to be abducted. For example, traveling at night, that's something you can avoid, because abducting you at night is easier than abducting you during daytime. So that's number one. Number two, just having awareness of your surrounding, scanning the area. That's something you can do. And you can do it very quickly because some of these people are aware that you are not very aware. You are not situationally conscious of your environment. Like the gentleman that was, I think, kidnapped in Uthuri or no, Uthiru or some other place. He was looking on his phone. He was not aware of what was going on around him. And they just came and grabbed him. And he realized only when they were almost putting him in their vehicle. What I'm saying, some of these things, I'm not blaming the abductee. I'm simply saying, let us be aware of our environment. Let us be aware of who we are going to meet. Let us be aware of the fact that everybody is a suspect, that we do not trust anyone until we rule them out as inside NIS agents. Let us take photos of everybody we are meeting and the environment where we are, so that should something happen, we are able to know who was with you and share that so that we know, especially if you think you are a critic of the government and therefore a target. Share videos. And I was saying, Muthiora, that we need to see videos of Omtata's office. We have not seen them. We need to see videos when Kibet arrived. We need to see photos of who was there. We need to see videos of when he got onto the elevator. We need to see videos of when he exited that building because we don't know. He could have been kidnapped inside the building. For all that I care, I am suspecting all of you at first before I exclude you. And that should apply equally to me. If I'm meeting you in my home or in my office and then you disappear, I must be suspect number one. It's the same thing when a couple, a man and a woman, one of them is dead. The police suspect the couple that survived first, even if they were married. If a man dies in the household and there is a woman there, that is the first suspect because that's the last person who was with the man. So we must suspect the person who was there last. And then we must suspect everybody else who was there because for all that I know, somebody called in the kidnappers to know that Kibet had arrived. Because otherwise, they would have kidnapped him on the way. That would have been the easiest, and nobody would have known. They could have kidnapped him before he came, just the same way they kidnapped his brother. His brother was an easy target because he was not a critic of the government and therefore was not even aware that the government wanted to kidnap him. But Kibet was aware that they were looking for him. So the only way to analyze this is that somebody around Omtata's office signaled that he was around, because otherwise these people would have picked him up before he arrived there. So what happened? How come we have a still picture of the vehicle outside, but not when it is leaving, and yet there is CCTV? When the vehicle left to go pick up Kibet, there is a CCTV video and pictures. Where are they? Because you see, if we are able to identify any of these people, we could easily identify where possibly they are detained. Remember, these people kidnapped me in my house. They did not kidnap me on the way. And I was trying to say, let them probably come and kidnap us, all of us, in our houses. And they had to blow up my door. So neighbors knew that these people came with weapons. And the last time, they kidnapped me at the airport. You have to understand, this is not my environment. This is where they controlled, and they came like 50 heavily armed police officers, and everybody saw them do it. So there was nothing mysterious about Miguna's disappeared. Everybody knew who had kidnapped me. This is important. These individuals, these young men, we don't know where they were kidnapped. We don't know who kidnapped them. We don't know how they were kidnapped, and we don't know where they are. And we need to do that. So as we go out tomorrow, get conscious of your environment. Walk in groups of 5 or more. Make sure the people you are with are well known to you and not strangers. And take their photographs, take their images, take their pictures and their videos, and share with your loved ones. Should you disappear, we should know who was with you last, and we will blast their images on social media and be able to trace you if possible. But short of that, Ruto is going home. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miguna. I think your contributions are deeply appreciated. You have given us much to think about and reflect on. Before we go to Joe and Linus, there is a young Kenyan artist who wanted to speak in regards to. We'll give him the opportunity. His name is Nicholas Nyaga. Nyaga, the mic is yours. Thank you. Nicholas?
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm really grateful for the opportunity. I'm really, really grateful. I'm Nicholas Nyaga. I'm a student at Kenyatta University, and I'm a first year student, and mine is a poem that will charge us for tomorrow, a big day, where we go and demand power and justice for all of us and for Kenya and for a better Kenya. And I start my poem. We are the children of heroes, the bold and the brave, who stood for freedom, for the future they give. They tilled the land with blood and tears, fighting oppression through countless years. They faced the whip, the chain, the gun, but never wavered until victory was won. They taught us courage, they taught us pride, to never
Is
give
Nyago
up,
speaking?
to
Yes,
can't get me.
yes, Demta, we can hear. Yes, never go ahead. We can hear him.
Okay, let me start again.
Right.
Uh, we are the children of heroes, the bold and the brave, who stood for freedom, for the future they give. They tilled the land with blood and tears, fighting oppression through countless years. They faced the whip, the chain, the gun, but never wavered until victory was won. They taught us courage, they taught us pride, to never give up, to stand side by side. O Kenya, do you hear their call? From the Mau Mau forests, they gave their all. They dreamed of a land where justice reigns, but today we see their labor in chains. Where is the Kenya they fought for free? Where is the unity, our destiny? Their voices echo in our hearts tonight, telling us to rise, to continue their fight. We are the children of warriors, true, and now the battle belongs to me and you. Now with guns, but with voices strong, we'll march for justice where it belongs. For those who bled, for those who died, will not falter, will not hide. Their struggles live within our veins. To break today's modern chains, O Kenya, let their legacy burn. A reminder that freedom is something we earn. Tomorrow we march, united and proud, to honor our forebears who cried aloud. So rise, O children of those who gave. Let not their sacrifice fade in the grave. For we, their dream, their nation, they saw. A Kenya of justice, of unity, of law. We are the voice, the heartbeat, the might, and we'll march for Kenya with all our fight. Tomorrow's not just a date or a day, it's the moment we take our pain away. Do not be afraid, for fear is their tool, but the power of the people will overrule. We are the many, they are the few. Together we'll build a nation anew. So rise, O Kenya, let your spirit be bold, The fire of freedom can never grow cold. Tomorrow we march, tomorrow we roar, until justice lives in Kenya once more. Thank you so much. Manze kesho tutoke. Tomorrow is the day. Let's not fear. Let's be united. Tomorrow is our day. Let's go and own that freedom. We are tired of living under the chains of Ruto and his stupid fellas. We are tired. Let's come out in numbers. Let's not fear. Our numbers will overrule them. Our numbers will take Ruto out of state house and will show him that is nothing and truly nothing. Let's come out. Let's not fear. We are together. We are together until tomorrow we get to state house. The army will be with us. The army cannot kill its people. The army will support us to go and take Ruto and his fellow people out of the state house. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nyaga, for your powerful poem. Thank you again. Together we will conquer. Now I will go to Joe, and then to after Joe we can go to free agent again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to say a couple of things. I want to remind everyone that when this thing started in June, it was as a result of an accumulation of oppression, and we had reached a boiling point. And we were angry enough to get out in the streets and tell this government that enough is enough. They are ruling us without our consent, and we need to take back our consent. We need to take back our government. This government is not representing us. Most of them, they've become billionaires. Our taxes and our loans are not being applied to serve us. Our people are dying in hospitals. Our kids who are supposed to be going to universities cannot even make it. They're being grouped in. It's crazy. So tomorrow we are not just going out there for our buddies and our comrades who have been abducted. We are going out there because of an accumulation of anger, because they asked us to give them time, but they continued to spit in our faces. They continued to piss on in our food. Um, so we need to come out, and we need to be ready to come out every day from tomorrow until this regime falls. We need to come out in large numbers. This is not just for the Gen Zs. This is for all of us now. Our strength is in our unity, and I know most Kenyans are pacifists, but I am urging you guys that freedom doesn't come easy. You need to defend yourself. In a boxing match, before the match starts, the referee always tells people, defend yourself. So when those guys come out, when they are masked, or when they are hooded, when they come out with vehicles that have no license plates, those are the enemies of Kenya, and we will have to defend Kenya. I know they will charge some of us for incitement, but by asking Kenyans to defend themselves, this is not incitement. This is common sense. We've been turning the other cheek for so long that wametuzoea hawa watu. We will not walk that extra mile. We give them time. They use the time as the rope, and this is the rope we are going to use to hang them. Time's up. We need to take back our power. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for your submission. Credenta, can you hear? Okay, over to you, Hillary.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I think free agent dropped again. Let us bring him up. I was having a point, but let me bring Miriam. Miriam, go ahead, and then as I bring the free agent, nothing. I see you. I will bring you up. Okay, go ahead, Miriam. Miriam dropped. Evelyn, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Very well, Evelyn. How are you doing?
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I feel like this is very symbolic because since the Gen Z started their movement, I've been on different spaces. I have been asking for a mic and I haven't been given a chance since last year. And I just asked for a mic and it popped out and I started crying because it's very symbolic. It shows that this is the time, this is the right time for Ruto to go. I come from a family of 9, and I'm the only one who supported Ruto's government. I'm the one who supported Ruto for presidency. And my siblings and my mom, who unfortunately passed away 5 months ago, came at my throat. They were like, why did you vote for this? Why, not to vote. Why did you support this government? See what it's doing right now. And before my mom died, I said, you know what, mom? I supported this rogue government and I'll make it right for you. You know what? You will see Ruto go. And unfortunately, my mom passed away before seeing Ruto go. So please make it right for me and for my mom because I want to go to her grave and say, I did it. We did it. Ruto has gone. So Ruto has to go. So the other thing that I wanted to say is we always go to the streets. People go to the streets and they find the roads blocked. They can't get to the CBD. What are you doing differently this time so that you can access the CBD? Because they know people are coming to the streets, and I bet the police will be there to barricade the roads by 6 in the morning. So, what is the strategy here for people to get to CBD? And my last point is thank you, comrades. Thank you for doing this and hanging there. I feel there's a very, very bright light at the end of the tunnel. Ruto has to go, and Ruto is going home. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Before we go, can you give the mic to Dr. Miguna Miguna to give his submission? Thank you, Dr. Back to you.
Abdi, sorry, I'm going to say something very brief and then I will say goodbye to everyone. To the young lady, I think it's Evelyn, how do we get to the CBD? I think this time people have to start their journey earlier. Someone said about 5 or 5:30 instead of 8. If you do that, you will definitely get to the CBD. Where there is a will, there will be a way. Ruto does not have enough, they call them manpower or women power. He does not have enough people to block, let's say, 1 million Kenyans from getting to the CBD. So it's a no brainer. No matter how many people they put on the route to the CBD, they will not be able to manage it. Wherever you are, make Ruto security agents not be able to contain the situation. So I had listed a number of places that people can head to. I had said State House comes number 1. That's where people are heading to, number 1. Number 2, those who are not able to get there can head to the NIS headquarters on Thika. I think it is Thika Road. It's between Kiambu and Thika Road, but it's on Thika Road. You can also head to Nyati House, which is also NIS headquarters. You can also head to Nyayo House, which is where the squad that is abducting the people operate from on the 21st floor. Bitok organizes that team on the 21st floor. You can head to Harambe offices of the president, Safaricom headquarters, because people are coming from all different directions. These places should be barricaded and you make sure no operation, nothing goes on there. If you're not able to get there, but you have enough numbers in your neighborhoods, make the police stations there no-go zones. As I said, there is no military in the world, there is no police force in the world that can keep 1 million plus people indoors. Make it huge to the extent that Ruto and his bandits will not be able to keep you indoors and will not be able to stay in power. Nobody shoots 1 million people. It's not possible. It's not even possible to shoot 100,000 people. It's not possible to abduct 10,000 people. So the more we are on the street, the more impossible it is for Ruto to do anything else. You will be arresting the bandits. You will be frog marching them after chaining them to trees. You will be punishing them yourselves on the streets. And this is what should be happening. Nobody should watch as citizens are abducted and taken away. These vehicles should be stoned. These people should be harassed and stopped. That's not violence, that's self defense. Do not run away from masked criminals who have not worn police uniforms, who are abducting citizens and disappearing with them. That is irresponsible. To just sit there and watch, to just take videos and do nothing else. If you made noise and called on others to join you, they will run away and then nobody will be abducted. Let us be active. Let us not just sit there and take it. You know, people always say, "Oh, Miguna, you are noise." Well, my noise keeps me alive. Be as noisy as possible. Because why should I die on my knees, quiet, like a lamb? I mean, these people have no right to touch you, leave alone to abduct and disappear with you. So I want to encourage you to rise up, and we should have no excuses. Do not tell me that if you don't see me on the street, you're not going there, because you're not doing it for me. You're doing it for yourself. You're doing it for all of us, and we are doing it for all of us. Whatever you can do to bring Ruto to account, please do it. But the most effective one is standing up in large numbers on the streets of Nairobi to chase Ruto out of power. Thank you very much, comrades. I have to go, and viva.
Thank you,
Viva.
Dr. Miguna. Thank you for joining our space. Thank you for sharing your invaluable insight as a guest speaker. I think your unwavering commitment to defending the Constitution and upholding justice has always been a source of inspiration to many. I think your courage, your resilience, your steadfast dedication to the rule of law have set a high standard for leadership and integrity. We deeply appreciate your time and wisdom, which you enriched our discussion immensely. Wishing you a happy new year filled with success, and we look to continued impact, and we look forward to hearing from you again in the near future. Thank you so much, and welcome again.
Thank you so much, Abdi. Yeah, guys, we still have many, many requests, and I know many people have been waiting for long. We are trying to, if you have a mic, maybe 2 minutes. We wanted to close, but we said that let us continue a little bit as much as Dr. is leaving. So we have 45 to go. So if you can take 22 minutes each, it will be better. We have more than 54 requests with us, and we would like to hear everybody saying something. So, Lydia, you're here, and then Ras, then Osama. Free agent, you've been here. You are giving submission, then you drop. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Very well. Go ahead now. Oh man, go ahead.
I think we have issue with his mic.
Okay, Lydia, can you hear me? Lydia. Oh man. All right. Osama, go ahead. Free agent, can you hear me now? Okay. Osama. Okay, thank you guys for occupying the space. We are gonna give other people space. We're gonna drop you, then we bring other people up. Ras, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Hillary. You're
Go
good?
ahead, bro. Yeah, good.
Wow, thank you. I think I've missed a bit of some session in Miguna, but I'm glad. The space is big na mimi kitu yenye sitaki niongee maneno mengi. The only thing that I can say right now, let us actualize. Let us actualize what we are saying. It is evident the whole country is angry with this administration. Let us do our parts. On our side, I can confidently say Redemptor is here, my friend. Redemptor, this will be different. It will be different. And in case Redemptor, we happen to perish outside there, Redemptor, please give us our flower, but we will fight for this country to the nail. They are holding our friends, but there is not, hatutaki kusema vitisho baridi tunamwaga hapa, but imefikia hapo. Let us go and liberate our country, and the only language that William Ruto will understand is us going back to the country, to the streets, and reclaiming this country from the jaws of the politicians. Our enemies are nobody else. Our enemies are the politicians in this country. And it starts with your governor, your MCA, to the top. Now, because they are led by this dragon called Ruto, they cannot change unless we change everything. But this change will not come from elsewhere. It will only come from the street. Even I've stopped talking about IBC and stuff. Let us go. Even if we will collapse everything, let us just start afresh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ras, for that, and I can hear it from your voice. And also, thank you for coming to the space all the time. Every Sunday, we are here to keep this conversation and to actualize it as we start the new year. Thank you so much. Okay, Maxwell, I see your hand. Then Rosemary, I see you here. 2 minutes each, please. That will be save us time for. We have more than 66 requests, so that we can bring other people up also.
Thank you, thank you. To start with, I want to a bit share more on the reasons as to why we should come out. The government won't change because of the head. The government is not changing because we have someone who is not ready to listen to our plight, to our grievances. He's not someone who is open to do that which the citizens want. His president rode on the back, and just like we all of us will recount, he rode on the back of Mananchi. Oh, I will do this. I promise I'll do this. I'll end abductions. I will ensure that we have healthcare. All these are not happening. We have Shif and Shah. That money has been channeled to an escrow account. We have Jivanji. The land has been leased out. That is by the governor, who happens to be a protege of the government, and by extension the president. We have Pangani today. The land upon which we have the housing program is now, the title deed is unknown. The place where the title deed has gone is unknown. We have abductions that are on the rise, that are off the roof. We do not know what is happening. The government is silent on that, and the president had promised that that would come to an end. But only yesterday we saw another abduction happening, even after he had promised that abduction would come to an end. So we have many reasons as to why we have to come out in our large numbers and ensure that the government of the day goes home. If those are not enough reasons, then the more reason why you should come out is that the government is not ready to listen to us, and we should rise and we should bring an uprising because of these reasons. Thank you. Tomorrow we meet on the streets.
Thank you so much, Maxwell, for keeping time. Rosemary, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm wishing all of you that you had a great Christmas and are ready for 2025. I joined late, unfortunately, sikusikia General matamshi yake yote. I really got just the tail end, but whatever I had was really good, and I know these spaces are recorded, so nitarudi nyuma baadaye mkishamaliza nimsikize, because a lot of the pronouncements that he does are really wonderful, and they give a lot of direction, and very inspirational. I can see my dear sister there, Redemptor, doing a commendable job. Hillary, I mean, there's no words to really express. Abdi ndugu yangu, no, kazi nzuri sana. I just want to touch on what Evelyn, a young lady Evelyn, talked about. I was hoping she would have mentioned the name of the mother. Manake unajua, it's not just somebody who's passed, it's somebody who made her who she is, ili tumkumbuke the legacy that she's left behind. So Mama Evelyn, to, you know, may your soul rest in eternal peace. Now Evelyn, don't hit yourself so hard, the struggle goes on. Now, one of the things that I wanted to bring up, and I'll be very, very brief. I've been on these spaces and it's a long journey. We are yet to arrive huko Canaan kama tutafika. I think we need several approaches. I think I got the tail end ya general akisema kuwa ikiwa mnakwenda nje, please always walk in groups, usiwe peke yako. For somebody like me who in conflict kama kina Afghanistan, kina wapi, kina Iraq, that has always been the security advice. Usitembee peke yako, manake mkiwa wawili watatu, there is no way wataabduct nyote watatu, manake mmoja anaweza kutoroka na akachukua picha and send it everywhere. The second thing that I've always said ni kwamba, nikisema kwamba we need various strategies to win, is also, na nimeisema and I'm going to repeat.
We lose you, Rosemary. All right. Can you hear? Can you hear our redemption? Yeah, can you now?
To organize a petition. I was saying about another strategy. Petition ambapo iwekwe mahali and all of us can sign. Kama ikiwa mtapata even 1 million signatures, it's very easy to put your name, hata inaweza kuwa anonymous, tupate kama 1 million signatures. Tuzipeleke kama ndio White House ama tuzipeleke European Union ama, and let's not dismiss them. Some of these embassies, some of these ambassadors, some of these blocks, hata Russia, they will listen to us. Manake, let us not stand on the fence. And I really like wale ambao wanajitolea. Wengine wetu hatuwezi kuwa join. But believe you me, tunawaombea, we wish you well, and whatever support we can, we will give out. So hiyo kitu ya petition, I have mentioned it 10 times. Sijaona mtu ambaye amechukua hiyo challenge akaiendeleza. Unfortunately. The third strategy ambayo ni muhimu pia kufanywa, we need to lobby these people. Manake there is carrot and stick. Ndio mnasema Ruto must go. Mnataka Ruto aondoke saa hizi. But there is also a strategy ya kuanza kujipanga saa hizi na hiyo 2027. Why do I say saa hizi na 2027? 2027 hata hatuna IBC in place. So I'm telling you, hata hiyo 2027 inaweza kuja tusiwe na elections. Ni nani ambayo tumemweka kule nje? I go back to the June demonstrations that were very successful and took the government by surprise. Ambapo saa hizi wale ambao walisema they are leaderless, they are tribeless na nini ndio you'll see some pronouncements kutoka kwa hawa vijana wadogo kina Kasmwe, anamwingilia Morara, Kebaso, mwingine anamwingilia. What is happening among them? Mbona wanaanza kuzambaratika? Everybody is going their direction. It is very, very disappointing. We need to be all as one team. Tukiwa unajua, let us people put their differences aside. The country is bigger than one individual. Nimeona pia mawe Senator Okiya Mtata, he's no angel. But we need somebody out there aanze kujitokeza. Oh, he's part of the government. Hata general amesema, with the government ama nini. And by the way, the general has a right to express himself. Hiyo ni opinion yake. Hiyo ni opinion yake. So in conclusion, Abdi, kitu ninachosema ni kwamba we need to adopt more than one strategy. We need to adopt more than one strategy. We need to follow through. Na ninawaombea kila laheri. I yield my mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. I'll just read a quick comment from the chat session. Somebody says this is not a fight for Kenya alone. It should be joint fight as East Africa, especially Uganda and Kenya. The IEBC must be formed. He's weak, naked, truly coward. If pushed consistently using greater force, he will resign. I would like also to acknowledge Al-Amin Kimathi, who is also there. Anytime you can request the mic. Welcome, Al-Amin. And I also want to acknowledge Advocate Ndegwa. Thank you. Over to you, Hillary.
I think we've had a lady. Can we have Osama speak and then we can go to Lydia?
Yeah, Osama, can you hear us now?
Yes, yes, I can
Go
hear
ahead. You
you.
have 2 minutes,
Yes,
bro. Thank you so much,
thank you.
Rosemary, for that. Yeah, and I see Advocate Ndegwa is also here. Ndegwa, you'll come in. Osama, go ahead.
Thank you, my co-host, Mr. Abdi, and my host, Mr. Hillary, for giving me this opportunity to inject something tonight. So, first things first, tomorrow is a big day, and tomorrow we are heading for the streets because our fellows, our brothers, have been abducted by this very government. So, today I have been in a number of spaces today, especially towards the late hours of the evening, and I have been very disappointed to learn that some people don't know why tomorrow we are going to the streets, and someone was saying that he doesn't see a reason for going to the streets, and I took that opportunity to tell him that we are not going to the streets not only because of the abductions, but because of the rate at which corruption is raging through across this country, and we are heading towards the wrong direction. So uh, when we talk about abductions, we are heading back to the dark eras of the Moi regime, which means that right now we should not be talking about issues like abduction in this country. We should be talking about development. We should be talking about how we can compete with other countries in terms of development. But here we are speaking about abductions. So which means that we are totally heading to the wrong direction. So we have a big reason to come out tomorrow, especially university students. A university student stands in a space and says that he has no reason to attend the demonstrations tomorrow. But the same university student is the same person who will cry about not receiving the help money, is the same person who will complain about not receiving the government tuition money. And again, now he is saying that he has no reason to get out and go to the demonstrations. You see, sometimes we need to use our brains. We need to think for the future, think for the present. Thank you so much, guys, and may God bless you tomorrow. Let's have a successful demonstration, and we will come back for sure. God will protect us. Thank you, and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much for that. And we usually I encourage young people to come here to talk, to give their views also in these spaces. And we really, really need everybody to come on board. And thank you so much, Osama, for sharing your idea. Nicholas Nyaga was here, giving us a powerful poet, and we thank you so much. No how much the matter, how small you can support this, welcome on board. And Pressure Point is always here with us. Lydia, you here for the last time? Because we don't want to do that before. Lydia mara ya tatu. Lydia amelala. Maybe it is late.
Lydia Jalala, hi guys, I'm on transit, so just kindly proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much if you are here. But remember to follow each other. Remember to connect. As Pressure Point team, let us connect so that when we are here, you can chime in and also say something. Advocate dropped. So let me bring in Leader said it and transit. Evelyn Ger, go ahead. 2 minutes, please, Evelyn. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much. When you're done, we have still have many requests coming in, so we're gonna drop. If you cannot hear us, then you can come back later. Let me bring Honorable Amos Mwema, and then Redemptor will bring Degwa. Amos Mwema, go ahead. Then Redemptor will bring Degwa in that order. Amos, go ahead. Engineer Amos. Okay, Redemptor, pick it up and bring Njiru.
I do not seem to see Njiro. Okay,
Is
now I
here.
see him.
He's here.
Yeah,
He's here.
Mudira. Yeah, Mudira had also raised his hand. So let's have Wakil Ndegwa. Then no, let's have Mudira. Maybe he wanted to respond to. It was mentioned. If it's not a submission, Mudira.
Yes, Redemptor, are you?
Well, thank you very much,
Hello?
Redemptor. I just wanted to emphasize what General Miguna Miguna said, and that is kesho inapaswa tuwe tuko rada, na sio kesho tu, ni siku zote tuangalie mazingira yetu. Lakini kwa wale ambao watakuwa kwa protest kesho, number one, jaribu uwezavyo kuavoid kukamatwa, na ikiwa utakamatwa hakikisha kwamba watu wamejua umekamatwa ili iwe rahisi kufuatilia pale ambapo utapelekwa. Sasa zaidi ya hilo, kuna kitu tu ambacho nilitaka Miguna aelewe akienda, manake amekuwa anasema kwamba Kibet alishikwa hapa Taj Tower, lakini Kibet alisindikizwa na gari la seneta likampeleka mpaka town CBD, wakashuka na koligi wetu mmoja hapo Kencom, wakavuka barabara wakaenda archives. Sababu ya yeye kusindikizwa ni kwa sababu alikuwa amesema yeye sio mzoefu wa Nairobi, lakini akipelekwa pale ambapo magari ya kwenda Kikuyu huwa yanachukuliwa atapata hiyo bearing, na kweli wakati alifikishwa hapo alisema yuko sawa. Kwa hiyo ni muhimu, I wish General angeweza kuacknowledge kwamba amepata hii habari kwamba Kibet was not taken from Taj Tower. He was escorted all the way to the Nairobi CBD. Alafu baada ya hapo ndo hayo mengine yalitokea ambayo hatukuwa in control of. Lile gari ambalo lilikuwa limepakiwa nje ya Taj Tower lilikuwa linafanya surveillance tu. That's the conclusion we've arrived at. Sasa habari ambazo zimekuwa zinatokea ni habari ambazo zimekuwa zina connectiwa. Niwakumbushe tu kwamba wakati lo gari lilikuwa limepaka hapo nje, kuna wauzaji wa vibanda, kuna vendors wawili ambao huwa wako hapo tangu hiyo siku hawajakuwepo. Nafikiri pengine wameenda Christmas, labda sijui wametishiwa, hatujui kinachoendelea, lakini hawajarudi mpaka leo ili iwe kwamba wanaweza wakatoa habari zaidi. But across the road kuna maaskari, kuna biashara ambayo inafanyika. Kwa hiyo hii habari yote ambayo senator ameitoa huko nje ni ule uchunguzi yeye amefanya. This is an active case ambayo inaendelea. Habari zaidi zitakuwa shared ili wote wajue, lakini cha muhimu zaidi ni kwamba hawa wote ambao wamekamatwa, tunaomba kwamba tupiganie waachiwe.
Asante Mudhira. Thank you for the explanation.
Na kidogo tu kuna jambo ambalo watu wana ignore hapa, kwamba dadake Kibet mwenyewe aliconfirm kwamba Kibet alimpigia simu baada ya kumaliza meeting na akasema amepanda gari. Sasa tupigane kesho, tujitokeze, tusiondoke wala tusishukishe mori mpaka pale ambapo hawa wote ambao wamekamatwa wameachiwa. Ombi langu, Kenya inakutegemea wewe. Tusilumbane sasa, tusipigane. Let us remember that the enemy is the structure of the Kenyan state, ambayo sasa hivi kinara ni William Ruto. Huyo ndo adui mkubwa. Tumshushe, alafu baadaye haya masuala mengine tutanyoosha na inawezekana. Shukran sana.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, it sounds like we're in a hostage situation. Before I bring Wakili, it sounds like we're in a hostage situation where we are told, tell your children to stop misbehaving, and then tutakomesha. So it's like if we stop, they will bring us. I mean, it's ridiculous. I can't believe it. Wakili Ndegwa, please tell us what is going on. And I know you've been involved in some of the follow-ups. One of the victims is from Embu. We saw the protest, and whatever submissions you're ready to give us, talk to us. Asante, karibu.
Oh, thank you very much, comrades, in the struggle, and thank you for believing that that this thing is doable. I want to thank General Miguna Miguna, Daktari, for convening this conversation and this platform where we can encourage each other. Tonight, the only thing that we're going to do is to encourage each other and also to propose remedies of what might follow and how we shall handle it. I want first of all confirm that our group of lawyers is ready to intervene for in whatsoever manner. Should there be arrests, should there be prosecutions or guys being charged in court, we have our team of lawyers ready to intervene, both from LSK and even from our own quarters, like the Mount Kenya jurists. I want to say that Mr. William Ruto does not understand any other language. He understands the language of revolutionaries. He understands the language of radicalism. He understands the language that he does not speak himself. And therefore, tomorrow we must all come out, wherever we are, both physically and even online, to make sure that we wage war against Mr. William Ruto. What I have noticed is that Mr. William Ruto is so weak that he's not able to resist any charge that is directed towards him. I've been keeping on asking myself, what challenge or threat does a 20 years old child pose to the state? What is this? What is this so much threat that Mr. William Ruto faces from a 20 years old kid that you have to abduct them? It tells you that Mr. William Ruto has been weakened beyond measure, and that should we keep on pushing in and pushing him far, we are going to win this struggle. Yesterday, when you were at a place called Shamata, we had just gone for some Thanksgiving. It was a church affair. And you can see because of his weakness, he came to this, he sent police goons to come and disrupt the processes by tear gassing us. The bishop was present, the clergy was present, the crowd was calm, but he cannot withstand the challenges of just mere people speaking. It tells you that William is so weak and should not be portrayed as a person who is able to resist this struggle. So we must keep on pressing and pressing to make sure that we push him to his limits. We cannot afford to abandon the struggle at this particular time. And we must make sure that we gather more than we scatter. Any person who shows interest in joining our struggle must be considered as an ally. Any person who is a sellout must be marked with an indelible ink to make sure that we do not incorporate him into our groups. So, comrades, I want to make an announcement that tomorrow we shall be on standby to make sure that we step in for our comrades. Mr. William Ruto does not understand any language about constitutionalism. He does not understand the language of the rule of law. Mr. William Ruto, being what he is, having grown from the streets, having grown from a goon to what he is today, he can only understand this language. He cannot be able to resist himself because he has not put in place structures that he can use to resist in a more diplomatic and civil manner. That is why abduction has become the language of the street for Mr. William Ruto, because he has been a goon, he has goonsism characters, and he has practiced this since 1992. For any person to think that Mr. William Ruto can be any civil, you'll only be making a serious and grievous mistake. Mr. William Ruto can never be any civil because he has grown from this goonism. Remember, he was the leader of the YK 92. And therefore, if he has this goonism, you cannot meet a goon with any language of diplomacy. We are going to meet him at his doorstep with a language that he understands, and the language of goonism. That is why we are saying, if you go for an eye, we come for an eye. It's an eye for an eye principle. We cannot be able to speak to a person who cannot understand the language of civility. So, comrades, tomorrow we are coming out in large numbers to make sure that we dramatize our dissatisfaction against this government, against Mr. William Ruto. And I agree with Mr. Muthiora that the enemy is one. We are all comrades. We only have one enemy, Mr. William Samoei Ruto. And the faster we are able to fix this enemy, in whatsoever manner necessary, the good it is and the better it is going to be for all of us. So we are calling upon Kenyans that we must make sure we do not repeat this mistake again. The mistake has cost us our nation, it has cost us our pride, it has cost us our economy, it has cost us our constitution, it has cost us our country, it has cost us our patriotism. Our marching and demonstration is the highest demonstration of patriotism. Any person who does not come out, either on social media or even physically, will be a person who is not ready to demonstrate the highest degree of patriotism. Defiance at this particular time, rebellion at this particular time, is the highest degree of patriotism. Any person who comes out tomorrow in whatsoever manner, even to assist the persons who will be on the streets, you'll be exhibiting and participating in the highest degree of patriotism. Patriotism is not telling us not to speak about William Ruto. But patriotism is not telling us that we should not put him in a coffin. But patriotism is not telling us that we should not depict him in those particular expressions. Patriotism is becoming defiant, is soldiering on and telling Mr. William Ruto that this country belongs to us all. We are not here by chance or by privilege. It is a right, and we are not going to live in this country as if we are being forced to live here. And therefore, tomorrow and the days to come is a day to demonstrate highest degree of patriotism. What they were doing previously, they were summoning MCAs, senators to the DCI. So what we agreed is, ukishika mmoja tunakuja sisi wote, and it has become very much unbearable for them. And you saw what we did in Yandarua and what we did in Nyeri. When they arrested, when they summoned Senator Karongo Wadhangwa, Senator Methu, we all went there and we made it very uneasy for them. After that, we conducted serious rallies. They summoned another MCA in Nyandarua. We all went there, did a lorry in Engineer, another in Olkarau, until the state has realized that they are giving us platforms. So if they arrest one, we must understand that we are all arrested. We must not forsake any comrade in the struggle. So when they arrest one of us, if it is taking him to them to Milimani, we must all jump Milimani. If it is Makandara or in any other court in this country, we must jump those systems to make sure that we are there and our voice is heard. Comrades, allow me to land there and say I'm grateful for this particular chance to address you. And we are in the struggle. Viva, viva, viva.
Thank you, Advocate Ndego. Always thank you, always for your submission. I'll just read a few comments online that are really important because I've been asked to read them a lot. Suleiman says Ruto Raila consider themselves as the owner of Kenya. They are regrouping to protect their interest. Okay, and then Krotich asked General MM is asking for video capture by CCTV cameras, not a mere explanation, please. Do you have the evidence to prove Kibet was taken from Taj Mahal Towers? Let's follow each other, please. And then another one say, Patriot, let's connect following back all. Thank you. I think it's true. Let's keep following one another. And those are very pertinent questions asked by our listeners. We will go to Dr. Milton and then to Bonnie, and then we'll give the mic for our final submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdi. I think mine is just to say two things that are arising from what Wakili Ndegwa has said, and it's good to see you, Wakili, here. My point is that at this point in time, and this is, I think, the correct position, when the citizens are rising in defense of the Constitution, they cannot be said to be defiant. The people that are coming out to say we want respect and compliance with the rule of law cannot be said to be defiant. The people who are in violation of the constitution, that is William Ruto and his illegitimate cartel, are the people who are defiant to the constitution, and that is why we must send them away from office like a pig would be dealt with outside a mosque. That should be the message that consistently we give. So when people are coming out tomorrow, it is important that our people be reminded that they are not showing any acts of defiance,
but they are being patriotic and truly in the greatest sense of that. My second point is this, and I like what you have said, Wakili. This needs to sink home with our people. Number one, number one, all right, have a good one. Number one, to the extent that we are talking about taking advantage of our numbers. Taking advantage of our numbers to intimidate this regime is an issue that we must take very seriously and act as such. So when they touch one of us, and General Miguna spoke to this earlier on, when he said that police stations must be made to be no-go zones by people jamming and filling up those places and saying, you're not going to arrest anyone, you're not going to bring anybody to a police station. That is a duty and a greater sense of patriotism than William Ruto coming to tell us that as parents we need to guide our Gen Z children. That is an insult. And I dare ask, today when William Ruto says he wants parents to raise their children and guide them, what exactly is he saying? What kind of mannerism does his own children have when they misbehave the way they do, extending the privilege of being children of an occupier of public office to be able to insult Kenyans like we see the Matatus by one of his sons behave? What we are saying, and our people need to be told, that this is not even ati William Ruto ati sasa ati afanye nini. The only language that William Ruto and his people will understand, and his people here, I mean the puppets in parliament, is that they all must go and allow the Kenyan people to redefine and reassign the responsibility of those that they will delegate power to. That is the bare minimum, and we are not going to rest until that happens. Any other language is a language of apologists of the William Ruto regime who want people to start being sympathetic to a crop of people that have no legitimacy, that have no latitude whatsoever to even call themselves leaders, because they are not. So I needed to buttress that point, that there is no defiance from the citizenry at this point in time. What we are seeing is the greatest degree of patriotism by a people who are acting in accordance to Article 3 of the Constitution, which is the obligation to ensure that the Constitution is respected and upheld at all times. Thank you, comrades. I hope we will instill that, and let's mobilize from the lowest point possible. The last point I make, because I may not be able to say my closing remarks, is this: that we have heard from General Miguna the basics of staying safe in the wake of this kind of aggression by a rogue regime. Let us try from within ourselves. Please let us do those flyers, KOT and your team. Let us do those simple flyers and share with our people on how to be safe, the things to do, especially tomorrow when we are out on the streets. And those who cannot be physically within the jurisdiction of the Republic of Kenya, please do so wherever you shall be, in solidarity, because we are all one, joined together by our common aspirations and dreams of a better Kenya, and one that is suitable and befits all of us in our right as citizens of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, comrades. A luta continua. Viva!
Thank you, Dr. Milton. I'll give Bonnie 3 minutes to also give his submission. Bonnie, over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. So thank you so much again, Kenyans, for taking your time to join this important discussion. My message is simple. I want to tell you that the time for silence is over. Our Constitution guarantees us certain rights. But those rights do not mean a damn thing if we do not go out and defend them. The recent abductions by our government show a blatant disregard for the rule of law and the dignity of every citizen. This is not the Kenya that we fought for, and this is not the Kenya that we deserve. We cannot wait for someone else to come and fix this mess. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. The power to change Kenya into what we want it to be lies in our hands. We have the capability, we have the capacity to make it happen. Through peaceful protests, we must remind this government that sovereignty belongs to the people in a democracy, that we are the bosses, that they are the sovereigns. Secondly, please do not allow our oppressors to define what patriotism is for you. You see them tell you that adopting a positive outlook, quote unquote, in terms of what they define to be positive is the only way to show your patriotism. They tell you that if you use social media and do not paint the government and the president in positive light, according to what they define as positive, is not patriotism. Do not fall for that. We criticize our government in these spaces because we want it to be better, because we know it can be better, and we know that it should be better. Let us rise with courage, unity, and determination tomorrow to reclaim our freedoms and rebuild our broken nation. Together, we can end impunity and restore justice. Viva. Let's go out and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Redemptor. You can give the mic to 2 minutes for the people on the panel, and then we can do our closing remark. Thank you.
Yeah, nothing, KE. You're having difficulties with your mic. You're back. 2 minutes after that. Karibu.
Asante Redemptor. Hi, everybody. Hi, Hillary Abdi. Thank you for the opportunity. I always start by saluting comrades we've lost, the missing, and injured. Now we have a special group, they abducted. It is very heartbreaking, and I think it has come to a time when both diaspora and Kenya has to rise up to the occasion. Time to walk the talk. We cannot always tell the story on spaces, and then when it comes time for action, the numbers are not the same. This is a dire call for citizens to rise up for themselves. Allow me to address the issue of, I was hoping I will have this address when Miguna was here. I came in earlier and I dropped off to join a prayer space, then I came up back. I had held Kinamo Thiora to account on exactly how these cases have been handled. And people imagine that I'm probably being malicious, but Miguna put it very clearly. Even if it's at home, first suspect is always the spouse. So the last people who had contact with him, you're the people who will put your feet to the fire until we find Kibet. So yes, whatever he's asking for, the CCTV, even if he was picked out some distance away from you guys, from our point of view, you become accessory to abduction. Our Wakili can tell you that ignorance is no defense. You guys have damaged Umtata's image because initially you denied that there was no contact until there was evidence. Secondly, we were being called names like NIS when we held the space. We were being told we were still in diapers when Umtata was going to court. Good point. Now that he was going to court, he should have known. As a senator, even without him going to court, knows what are the intricacies of persons of interest and security. So you cannot get Umtata off the blame of what happened to Kibet. Secondly, you've messed with the wrong generation. So you cannot pacify us with a sweet, polite conversation. And I told you you're a good person. You sound very polite. But for us, it's not enough. We want more. We want more. And even on our own, we are looking. So you have caused us immense pain. Kibet had been extremely careful. He never took money from anyone because he tried to conceal his whereabouts. It was days before. We know the communication you guys had with him. prior. So don't play down on this one. So we will focus tomorrow on what needs to be done. But you guys are 10 steps behind a generation that wants change. You're 10 steps behind a generation that is not glued to personality but truth. A generation that's not interested in power but change for their country. A generation that is not looking to benefit for themselves but to benefit for the whole country to benefit. So let's not play games. You guys were denying it on the TL. We have picked every clue. The back and forth now you're being used to pacify us. It will not work. It will not work. We want answers and we want the truth. Because if you cannot take care of people who are doing, the problem with the revolution has been casualties and fatalities. But with the work he was doing, reduced fatalities. And it took the message out, never took any a coin from anyone. So don't lie to us. Do not do it. He had friends. He did. So yes, I know you have a generation that wants us to look the other way. It will not happen. It will not happen. So don't tell us he was picked from town and that's enough. We know how a few things work. So for that reason, you guys need to regroup and come out and tell us the truth. But for now, we focus on the protest. We focus on end abduction. It had been hours. I was calling you guys out when you were calling us NIS when we held the space of Find Kibet. And we wore that label as a mark of honor. And there was not a single post on all your handles about Find Kibet. When you came back, you told us that you guys were investigating. You're not an investigating agent. Anytime someone is missing, Miguna just said, you create awareness immediately. So why was Kibet issue handled differently? Why would other people come your way, get abducted, and you still thought it was wise? So it's not us against you. It's about facts. We're trying to align the ducks and see where he fell through the cracks. But for now, we blame you. We blame you just because we are quiet. And the fact that you guys were trying to talk us down, calling us name, I'm not sure you can. I don't think you guys can heal the scars you have caused us. For us, it's not about tribe. It's not about who you guys want for president. We are open to listen to as many people as possible. But we cannot trust someone who does not see the need. If you cannot protect a few lives, how can you protect the country? If you guys can descend to that level of arrogance when you're just a small team, look at why we're suffering today. It's because of the arrogance of what told the government. So don't lie to us. We know we've been tagging on this issue. We don't have anything. I was even being insulted that I didn't want to untag. I was on a space as a co-host when on his birthday. So you guys cannot get away from this. You've lied to us. We cannot trust you. You've wounded us. You have shown us who you are. So I yield the mic. Now this is very, very wrong. We want honesty. Wakil is here, he can tell you. Politicians are very well briefed. Politicians know how intelligence works. They know the people of interest. When he declared his bid, he became extra interested because they want to know who he talks to, who is funding him, what information he has access to. So to play games with someone's child, You did not, you had no reason to meet Kibet. He was already doing the work. I'm
Thank you, Nathan K.
Nothing,
I really
K.
like.
Nothing, K. Muthiora has dropped. He's not here. Thank you for sharing and your pain. And for those who don't know what goes on in space, the day Kibet was abducted, Nothing K and some other people started a group to demand for his release, and that whole drama played out online. And I think it's a generational thing. I think Nothing K told me it's called generational intelligence, where these two generations are coming together to work for a common cause. Mudhira is back. Maybe he can respond after we've had a few more speakers. And I did see those remarks, and I think they were uncalled for. I think silence was even a better way to deal with this. So I think you owe these young ladies an apology for what happened on that day online. And then I'll leave it to you because I know some of us went and made comments. Communication is very, very important. And so the way they reacted, that was someone's child was missing. And then to come and label them, even if they were what you're telling them they were, it still didn't answer the question. So I think that was not a very good way of handling a crisis. So Modera, I'll let you respond later, but Dr. Tamaro, you have 2 minutes because we need to close the show now, short while. Dr. Tamaro.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Um, Thank you very much, Udemta, Hillary, and Abdi, our host and co-host. You know, this issue of abduction, it has been something that has been eating our generation. You know, it started a long time ago during the Moise era, and I think Ruto was in that regime during the Moise era, and I think he's trying to bring it back. And the reason this guy is bringing this thing back is because I think he's not confident with whatever he just does. And I feel like he has lost confidence, so he gets intimidated too easily, and that's why you see him spilling money everywhere. Wherever you choose some few people to go and represent you in the dialogue, he just spills money there, and you see, and they get swallowed there. So the only language that can be understood by this guy is we get out in big numbers and make him understand, make him know that whatever that he's doing is not very accommodative in our life. And you see, other than thinking about right now, we also have to think about the future and like how the kind of world or the kind of country that we're going to leave behind when our generation is over. So we want to build a generation that actually every generation will remember that at least we change something. And please, I want to urge you guys, wherever we're going out there tomorrow, don't always be alone. Like uh, Dr. Miguna said, don't be alone. Always have walk in masses, walk in numbers, and when you walk in numbers, it is very difficult for even for those rogue policemen to come and just abduct you or maybe do whatever they want to you. But when you walk alone, and it's easy for them to do anything to you. And he's we should not actually engage much in pointing fingers amongst ourselves because that's what these people want. That's what he wants. So that when we point fingers to each other, we will we will actually we won't be united. So probably when you're not united, it is easy for an enemy to defeat you. For now, the situation that we have at hand is we want to find our brothers who have been abducted by this government, and the only way we can find them or we can try to trace them is by being united and working together so that at least we can make some progresses. But if we keep pointing fingers, yeah, I know we are in bitter. We've lost people through the riots that we've been having because people have been shot. But we cannot just dwell there because uh, freedom does not come easy. And for freedom to come, for something good to come, there must be struggles. And probably, even when our country was gaining independence, there was some bloodshed. I'm not saying that we are going for bloodshed, but I'm saying that if things happen like that, it's something that we can be prepared for. But always take care of yourself wherever you are, and always try to make sure that you are your brother is keeper, so that we will work together. We shall never ever walk alone. We shall never ever walk alone. That is the motto that you're supposed to have. We shall never walk alone. And tomorrow, as we go out in big numbers, I wish you all the best, and may we just be victorious and make this guy go home in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tamaro. Steve Juma, and focus on your submissions. I know something else has happened and people might want to address it, but kindly share what you had prepared. Mudira will address the Nothing K's remarks. Thank you, Steve Juma.
Thank you, Redemptor. I don't even want to go like May you thought. Mine is very direct, and mine is a question to Wakili Ndegwa. Wakili, we are going to the street, and I'm ready even as I speak now. Now, what do I do to if I find people who purport to be security officers, while the Inspector General of Police have denied that these are not abducted, as they have also explained how police officers should behave. The DCI have denounced the existence of abductors in the country. And then the former deputy president, who was second in command, has also given us a hint of a possible 21st floor by so-called Abel, who operates as a maybe shadowing inspector general. What do we do to unmarked vehicles? People come to arrest us. Do we still negotiate with them? What do we do? Does the law allow me to defend myself? That is one. That is a question to you. Two, then for those who will be going to the street, I insist, like my brother there has spoken out clearly, that people need to walk in group. And now I want to tell people that if you have a phone, please take your pictures in a landscape format and ensure that you share the images or the pictures that you've taken there of any in excess or any form of brutality meted on the protesters with instantaneous immediacy, so that should your phone get cracked or lost, maybe it's been confiscated, we can be able to see what you've shared. Don't go there to TikTok or to do those great content. We are at war, in quotes. We are at war because negotiation has failed. Abduction is on and very rampant. We need now to speak and defend our country. Very, very good crossover. Ndegwa, I want to hear from you as Wakili perspective. Do I have a right to protect myself?
Thank you, Steve Juma. I'll give the Wakili Ndegwa, if he's still here, to answer that question. Tom Boyer, and then Brian Okech.
Thank you very much for this debate. I must say that the law recognizes the right to self-defense. Number two, the National Police Service Act has given the orders within which, or the procedure within which, a police officer is identified. For example, you must have a uniform, you must have a label, you must have his police number, or he must have an identification. Any person who falls outside the scope or the ambits of the description of a police officer within the National Police Service Act is, to my interpretation, not a police officer. That is a person who needs to be dealt with as a criminal, the same way we would deal with a criminal. Arrest in reasonable force, because we are dealing with a government that has been infiltrated by, or a government that has is being operationalized like a criminal enterprise. So any person who does not come with identifiable insignias, we shall deal with that person like a criminal who is infiltrating our peaceful protest. Number two, they may not just come to the streets and infiltrate us, they may also come to our houses. And the question is, when they come to our houses, how do we deal with that person? And what does the law say? Permit me to invite you, when we retire, you go and Google what Sir Edward Coke said about a house and a castle. That was in 1634. Justice Coke said that a man's house is his castle and the fortress. Therefore, you must defend it, and when you are there, you are allowed to defend yourself in whatsoever manner. That when a person pushes you too much to a corner up to your castle, what do? You defend yourself. So any person who comes to your house in this particular time without identification, without the proper procedure of search warrants or arrest warrants, that person is a goon, that person is a criminal. You are allowed by the law to defend yourself when you are in a castle. Justice Cox says a man's house is his castle. So do not just allow people to infiltrate and penetrate your castle. Defend your castle. It is in your castle that you can only find safety. When a person pursues you in the streets, pursues you on the roads, up to your castle, what are you to do? You have to retaliate by defending yourself. And they must understand that this time round, it is not going to be business as usual. Yesterday, what happened in Nyandarua, when that police officer threw the tear gas canister, people jumped on him. They clobbered him, and the police officers were repelled and repulsed from the field. In Nyeri, when the police officers came to tear gas us when we had the occasion to take Senator Karongo Wadhangwa before the regional DCI, police came to interrupt our peaceful rallies. Boys and men pursued them until they were taken back to the police stations. So any person who comes to infiltrate our peaceful protest, and remember the street has been constitutionally institutionalized, will be doing a constitutional process tomorrow. The constitution recognizes the street as an alternative avenue where people can voice their voices if the government is deaf. That person who comes to interrupt with the constitutional process is a person who is violating the constitution. So you must deal with that person in a manner in which you'll deal with a person who is violating your rights. So you cannot come and interrupt with our Article 1, our power belonging to the people. We shall not allow them to come and interrupt with Article 3, the responsibility to defend and uphold our constitution. We shall not allow them to come and infiltrate and violate Article 10, the question of the rule of law, the participation of the people, the rights of the people. We shall not allow them to interfere with the provisions of Article 37, because tomorrow all those articles will be in play. So we shall be executing a constitutional process, and we do not expect any person who respects the constitution to come and interfere with it. And should that arise, therefore, we are going to defend our constitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wakil.
I'm guided most obliged. Actually.
Is there someone else?
I'm guided most obliged.
I am most obliged.
Okay, thank you, Wakil Ndegwa. Thank you for that explanation. Tom Boya, you have 2 minutes. Tom Boya, can you unmute and speak? Then we can have Brian Okech. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so I'd given Tom and he's not here. Mudira, I would like you to just address a bit of what Nothing KE has spoken to, but I wouldn't want it to be a long presentation. Maybe it can be dealt with, but because it's been shared publicly, you can just plan on how to go on from here, because we can't prosecute the whole case on this space. Mudira.
Yeah, I just want to add
Duly
a little.
noted. Yeah, okay.
I just
Carry
want
on.
to add a little bit, Mathiora, before you go. I think I would really appreciate Nothing KE for sharing her perspective. And I understand the strong emotions surrounding these issues. I think disagreements like this, especially on sensitive matter, highlights the importance of clarity and transparency. I think it will be prudent to validate the concerns raised by seeking a detailed record of detailed records or a statement to set the record straight. I think I think this isn't about resolving a disagreement. It's about ensuring that the truth is brought to light in a manner that respects all parties involved. I think it should be a clear communication and factual accountability to help maintain trust and demonstrate commitment to justice and fairness. I think this is my view how we should proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start by addressing something she said about lies, and I wish to say as follows. Senator Umtata handles his communications personally. That's a responsibility he has not.
Madera, wait a bit. Abdi, I think we're losing focus. Let us not talk about Okium Tata. Let us talk of her
That was
comrades
my
who
view.
have been abducted, and that's the way to go. I think this is the ND edition. We don't want to discuss Okia at all at any given point. Don't talk about Okia. It's not only Kibet who is abducted, but other people abducted. Those people are saying Okia's issues. We are not here to solve Okia's case. We are here to talk the issues and what is happening tomorrow. Madera, forgive me about that, but that's the way to go. Go ahead.
Okay,
Don't talk about Okia anymore.
okay.
Yeah.
Now I want to remind us about the events that led to the release of the Kitengela 3. There was concerted efforts and pressure from all quarters. We went to court, we did all we could, and eventually, after 32 days, at the height of the Inspector General of Police, who was then in acting capacity, having been found culpable and even charged, they got released. It's the pressure that we applied that got the Kitengela 3, even after 32 days being released. So this is the only language that this government understands. And if we understand that, then we know we must come out tomorrow forcefully and know that we are doing our patriotic duty. Now, Embu has done it so far. So we are not doing it for the first time tomorrow. Embu has called out the government and have demanded for an end to abductions in Kenya. We did see citizen engagement in Bomet today. We saw it in Nyandarua. Kenyans have been active. It's only in Homa Bay where citizens did not take appropriate actions even though they had an opportunity. Now, you listening to us tonight have an opportunity to come out tomorrow in whatever way or form. Do not let this opportunity pass. Our brothers need us. They cannot speak for themselves. They cannot act. We can. Let's seize this opportunity, because if we don't, there'll be more tomorrow and the day after. And Kenya will no longer be the republic that we gave unto ourselves when we fought the colonialists and eventually fought for the new constitution that governs us. Let us get it done. Inawezekana tukasukuma hii serikali na tukatekeleza jukumu letu kama wananchi la kulinda katiba na kuhakikisha kwamba the rule of law is all that matters in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mutiora. I think Brian Okech is the one who has not spoken. Brian.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. So my issue, there's someone who said something about matatus not being allowed in town. And I wanted to address the issue and suggest maybe we can work with the riders, because most of them won't be working. Kesho, everything will be at standstill. So we can use the riders, they know the panya routes, to arrest them is not so easy. And pia there's an issue of the ghetto people, wenye only the ghettos around the town ndio watu walifika town. Hao wengine wote wenye wako karibu na town, they never came to town because hawana fare, wako na njaa. You know, there's a bit of confidence mtu akiwa na some fare kwa pocket, even if it's 200 shillings. So there are people who are willing to give, and there are others who are willing, who are waiting to receive something. And say in box yangu imejaa, there's some people asking for something for fare. Maybe we can engage after this on my pinned post, tuone kama tunaweza saidiana, for those who are willing to give something, and those who cannot give something directly, maybe unapatana na your nduthi guy, unampatia fare ama for fuel, he carries 2 people, wanafika town. Yeah, that was my only thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, there are people who are willing to support. You can reach out to him in his inbox if your inbox is open. We have a new speaker, Jonathan. Jonathan, can you unmute your mic and talk to us before we make our final submissions? Okay, Dr. Milton, although you had said you might have made your final submission, are you available to talk to us?
Yes, I am here, and I just want to say something very quickly, and this is something I've shared this on the comment section. Now, there's something that is going on, and I want our people to be very aware of it. Please, if you can go to Senior Counsel Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi's handle, you'll see what he has tweeted. I have put that on the comment section, and this is what he said. So I'm allow me to read it because I don't want to paraphrase. It says, "I just want to see how tomorrow's demonstration will turn out. First, if our brothers from Luo Nyanza sit out, and they probably will sit out, it will then be a sporadic, a tribal demonstration and not national. Historically, Luos is the only community that demonstrates and dies for national causes. Secondly, whereas I strongly support the effort to hold President William Ruto accountable and force him to stop abductions and enforce the rule of law, in brackets, and I have personally told him so, this refrain of Ruto must go is tribal nonsense that must be strongly opposed. I just don't subscribe to the fascist ethnocentric that Calais presidents must be hurried out of office. Uhuru Kenyatta's regime killed over 1,000 people and threw them to the crocodiles in Tana and Yala rivers, and not a single soul demonstrated. Go ask Dr. Fred Matiang'i if you doubt me. Ruto should be held to account, but not because he is Calais. If those saying Ruto must go are genuine advocates for reforms, why have they not joined me and Nelson Harvey in the war against Jurispesa? Third, those pushing tribal agenda of Ruto must go must know a dialectically opposed tribal force can always meet them. And considering how fragile the state in Africa is, it isn't in the interest of anyone to see Kenya go that route. Now, good people, hii kitu imenikasirisha sana, and I would want us to address senior counsel Ahmed Nasir. He is blackmail. This is very ethnic, and he wants to brand those of us who are against his friend William Ruto, who is unleashing terror on Kenyans. Until now, calling for Ruto must go is tribal, and we are simply calling Ruto out because he is Kalenjin. This is nonsense that we must not entertain. And I'm encouraging all of us, ndugu zetu from Luo Nyanza, ndugu zetu from other parts of the country, this is the kind of arrogance that we must stand against. And I'm encouraging you, tafadhali, Ahmed Nasir has got away with so much in this country over the last few years. And I think it is time for people to put him where he belongs by speaking boldly against him. And I don't fear him. I honestly don't fear him. And I want to ask all of us, this is a time to show him that whatever nonsense he is spewing and speaking is unacceptable and it has no place in this country. Prejudices and innuendos like the one he is trying to propagate is unacceptable, and they have no place in modern day Kenya. Kenyans come out in large numbers tomorrow. There is no tribalism, there is no tribal tag that is going to stop. The Ruto must go chorus. And it is not just a chorus, it is the right thing for the Kenyan people to demand. And therefore, please go to that tweet, deal with Ahmed Nasir only the best way we can as patriots, because Ahmed Nasir is a beneficiary of rogue regimes and systems, and I dare say, including the jurispressure that he's talking about. They have been sent, like I said in my opening remarks, by William Ruto to discredit Martha Koome and the judiciary, because it has become impossible for them to continue selling justice and intimidating judges and intimidating the judiciary. This one, fellow Kenyans, I have never asked for anybody to be bullied on X, but on this one, I am asking that we make sure that Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi and Nelson Harvey, who are holding brief to do hatchet dirty work for William Ruto in intimidating Martha Koome out of office, let us not fear him. I don't fear them. I know they will come for me, but I don't fear them. Let them come. I know they are going to tweet, they are going to ask who I am. Let them come. But on this one, this tribal tag, this branding, this tagging of Kenyans who are calling for better governance from somebody in the name of William Ruto is unacceptable. We must deal with it. We must run them out of town. Sorry, I've come back and I'm ranting. Ni ile hasira niko nayo because of this tweet. This is simply not right. And if we had nothing else motivating us to come out tomorrow, then this tweet by Ahmed Nasir should inspire us in our millions to come out and force these idiots out of office and out of power. And I'm done. I drop my. I'm shaking with rage right now. It is unacceptable. It is simply unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I cannot believe someone is telling us that other people murdered Kenyans and got away with it. I cannot believe that. So you're saying because it happened before, now we let it keep happening? And now speaking of addressing that, I was not going to, before I allow Ndegwa, Professor Kibuda Kibwana is here, karibu sana. I would want you to address that tweet, kindly read it. But there's something I want to highlight today. I'm going to be very bold and say, I advocate for brutalized Kenyans. That has made my area of activism. And I can tell you for free, the body count on this regime has never happened before. Because we are counting everything, including the massacre in Kilifi, including the bodies in the quarry, including the young people of the Gen Z. So you cannot come and tell us because the others were not called to account and prosecuted, now this is tribal. This is about a generation that defends the truth and values human life. And the time to play politics with people's lives has come to an end. And so I would also like Milton get out of hand because I'm also equally not upset about those remarks. You cannot politicize everything, including human life. Deborah, are we being tribal when we demand for good justice, good governance and justice?
Think that we are being tribal when we hold the government to account. It's your solemn duty and the highest calling of any citizen to hold his government to account. In any case, transparency.
I've lost you a bit. Continue.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Continue.
Well, I was saying that it is unfortunate that when people comes out to call or to hold the government to account, they're being labeled as tribal. It is not our liking. It's the constitution that dictates that the government must be held to account. It's the constitution that dictates that a government must be transparent. It is the constitution that dictates that a government must be guided by the rule of law. And when a government fails to meet those tenets, it is the responsibility of every citizen to uphold and to remind that government that it must be called to order and must be reminded that it must act within the four corners of the constitution. Therefore, it is not tribalism for us when we come out to hold Mr. William Ruto and his rogue regime to account. It is what is expected of us. It is the legitimate expectation that the constitution has bestowed and dictated us to do. Therefore, I would also wish to distance myself from the sentiments being aired by senior counsel. It is an attempt to profile this struggle. That's a struggle that is only coming from one side of the community. That is not true. It is not true that Zakali Jinu is being hoarded out of office. It is a rogue regime that is being hoarded out of office. Unfortunately, the person who is at the helm is Zakali. We never made it that way. He's the one who sought for the votes. And when we voted for him, we never considered him to be a Kalenjin. We voted for Mr. William Samoei Ruto. 7.2 million votes. Those were not Kalenjin votes. Those were Kenyan votes. And therefore, any person to attempt to hide behind the mantra of tribalism is a person who has lost the script. We cannot then be told that a particular government was not held to account because it was a government that was constituted of Kikuyus. They were lucky that we had not tasted the waters of freedom. We have now tasted and drunk from the well of freedom. And the well of freedom is quenching our thirst. And we cannot quench our thirst and hide behind the veil of tribalism. If Mr. Kenyatta was lucky that this was not there by then, let him come back and attempt to do what Mr. William Ruto is doing. We'll still rise up against him. I was critical of Mr. Kenyatta when he was the president. I was still speaking that the constitution must reign supreme. I was still saying that the people are sovereign. So nobody should label us tribalists when we call Mr. William Ruto to order. We don't care whether he's a Kikuyu, whether he's a Kalenjin, a Luo, or to whoever script and creed he comes from. Our constitution is the guiding cardinal north. It is the one that has given us the responsibility to hold governments to account. If you feel that you do not need to be called to order, shape out. We'll not be here tonight. Most of us would be asleep, waiting to face tomorrow. But we cannot sleep when Kibet is not easy. We cannot sleep when Muteti is not easy. We cannot sleep when Billy is no his whereabout is not known. So when they attack one of us, they attack all of us. Kibet is not a Kikuyu. Kibet is not a Luo. Kibet is not a Kamba. Is not a Mijikenda. Is not a Makonde. Is not an Indian. Is a Kalenjin. So this rogue regime is a regime that does not choose which tribe or creed you come from, which ethnic extraction you come from. A rogue regime is a rogue regime for all of us. And therefore we must face it and call it out. That this is not a Kalenjin regime. It's a regime that is rogue being led by a Kalenjin. If he was keen enough, he would have held his dogs and called his people to order. He would have reminded them there is a constitution. If Kibet committed any crime, there is a court of law. If Billy committed any crime, the court of law is there. If Muteti committed any crime, there is the rule of law and there are courts and procedures. But he decided to abduct them. You cannot abduct them and expect us to remain silent. We must express our rage, our anger, and our hatred for this regime in the highest voice that we can manage to attain. Therefore, I distance myself and call people out to demonstrate to any person who does not believe that this is a call for freedom to come tomorrow and witness people marching to freedom, people fighting for freedom, and a generation that is fighting to liberate itself. I pen off.
Thank you very much, Wakili. We have Professor Kibwana, who has come in a bit late. I don't know if you are listening incognito and if you've had the conversation, but we actually end on a bad note because abductions are already a difficult subject, a reality. Families do not have their young ones. And then someone goes and says, if tomorrow the demonstrations go this way, then he's actually playing political analysis with people's lives. So you found people's temperatures have gone up again. So Professor Kibwana, kindly join the conversation and make your submission.
Thank you very much, Hillary, Redemptor, Abdi, and all the general and all colleagues who are in this space. Actually, I was listening because I was traveling. I have been listening for a long time, but just more recently listened. I came on board to listen, and I wanted to listen, but actually it was what Dr. Milton said, which made me ask for an opportunity to pitch in. But let me say, before even commenting on that, let me say, as Dego and Dr. Milton very ably explained, Article 3 of the Constitution says every person has an obligation to respect, to uphold, and to defend the Constitution. So, apart from the Constitution elsewhere giving us, the right to demonstrate, to picket, to express ourselves, and all those political and civil rights, this Article 3 is very explicit that when you demonstrate uh, in defense of the Constitution, that is what a citizen is asked to do. And because of what happened, the bloodshed, the freedom lost, the lives lost, for us to get the 2010 Constitution, which is said to be one of the most progressive constitutions in the world, one of the cardinal duties of a citizen in Kenya is to defend it. And if anybody wants to trash it, then our 3 says they are actually attempting to establish a government otherwise than in compliance with the Constitution, and that is unlawful. And it means that actually where this government is going, it is trying to establish a government otherwise than in compliance with this Constitution. And that is unlawful. I think that's something that needs to be emphasized, that a government can reach a point where it contradicts the Constitution, and according to this Constitution, therefore, even if the government was elected lawfully, in a lawful way, then it transits into establishing some other form of government which is unlawful because it does not comply with the Constitution. And I think that's something that needs to be repeated. And for those who are in office to be told that when you abrogate, most of the Constitution, then it means that you are not carrying on a government as anticipated by this Constitution, and therefore what you are doing is unlawful. I think, and that Dego and Milton and also Miguna, the general, this is something that they and others emphasized. You see, one thing that is very troubling is, by and large, those of us who grew during Moi actually was targeting mostly the senior people. And those days, the Railas, the Mutungas, he was targeting Matiba. He was targeting those senior people, and of course, those who are assassinated. In terms of their autocracy, his autocracy, is dictatorship. But now what is happening is the current government and its leader is targeting young people, and more or less some of them like children, you know. So this is really extremely worrying if the people that you target, not that you should target anybody, but if now you are transiting in targeting the very young and almost children, then it means, as was indicated, that there's an astounding level of desperation, and you're targeting them for simply expressing themselves in the way they know how. And in countries which are said to be democratic, you know, presidents are told many things. They're even told we will impeach you, and there are even processes to impeach them and processes to, you know, do all sorts of things. For example, in America, in wherever. And, you know, matters go to court. Even people who take matters to court, and they do all those things that democracies permit. And that doesn't mean, therefore, you abduct kids, you kill them, you do all sorts of things, you arrest them, you do all sorts of things. So even this is elementary, to know that there are boundaries, and you simply you have to swallow this. You have to know that this is the price you pay for being in leadership. You're in leadership to deliver. When you're not delivering, people will tell you that. It should make you improve. But you don't now declare war against them. And this, you know, these are very, very ordinary things that anybody who has been in office, and especially in the Africa of, you know, the 2020s, and in the world of the 2020s. So after getting the Constitution in 2010, this 14 years later, and after, you know, the struggle for the Constitution from 90s, 34 years later, you can't reverse it. It's the train has left station. You can't reverse. The people, you know, I think it was Ndegwa who said, you know, the tree of freedom, and, you know, people, this generation of young people who have grown into freedom, you can't unfree them. And I think when this dawns on the leadership, and then, you know, if possible, I don't know, they commit to other ways of dealing with the citizenry, you know, then maybe there could be, you know, a better situation, but I doubt. Now, these abductions are the new form of detention without trial, because previously, of course, under the other party, under the other constitution, the 1963 constitution is amended, you could detain people without trial. But because that facility is not available now, so now the abductions and those forced arrests and stuff are the new detention without trial. And this can't sit well in our current situation. And this must be resisted. It must be resisted. Now, when you tell parents that I will stop abducting your children, when you tell them to behave, that is like using abductions to mobilize parents to support the president. And of course, we know that those of, you know, people who are parents and of, you know, kids who are 20, 30s and so on, they have their own mind. And we could be different from them in how they think, baby boomers, X, you know, and so on. So one has to respect that. One has to see that as a way of growing. One has to say that these are the new ideas that are going to take the country, you know, further ahead, and not for us to go back. Actually, the fundamental problem in our country is like Moy said, President Moy said, or Moy said, that Kanu will rule for 100 years. You know, meaning even when he was not around, people were in Kanu and who go into other parties, and you know, it looks like it's not Kanu and it's still Kanu. So it means that we have to say whoever was in Kanu, we cannot trust them. And so we need, you know, for leadership in this country, for people who are not in Kanu, because we have learned that all those, even when they go into different political parties, when they are challenged, they come together, they regroup. And just to make two other points, one about Raila and another one about the judiciary, the thing that made me actually ask for the mic. Because Raila said that it is primitive to abduct young people. Since it is continuing, since it has not ceased, he should withdraw his ministers from the government. Because if he was to do that, we would say, yes, he meant what he said. That is what he should do. That is the honorable thing to do, you know. And still, we continue to tell the president, and I was told by Miguna said, you know, Ruto, that please leave these kids alone. And even the youth bill that is being brought is not a youth bill which is going to help young people at all. Let there be proper thinking about what is it that is bringing the young people to this level. Their, you know, their disempowerment, their unemployment, their loss of hope, and all that. That's the issue. You don't, you know, treat them as if you are the one who has a problem, when it is them who have, you know, all these problems. So, what we must tell Raila is, you said it is primitive to abduct kids. Therefore, since it's continuing, and as it continues, then the honorable thing for you to do is to withdraw the Johos, the Oparanyas, you know, all those fellows from government, so that we can believe in what you said. Now, for the judiciary, I must confess that I taught with Hamed Nasir at the University of Nairobi. Even in his 20s, he became an acting dean. He was elected an acting dean of the Faculty of Law when he had just started, you know, teaching. And I want to say here that professionally, you know, I have professionally, as we taught and so on, this is somebody that I, you know, was, and I can say is somebody who has been a friend. I taught him. I taught Harvey, you know, as well, and he was president. He was my president of Law Society of Kenya. But, and this is a big but, underlined in red, if this judiciary has been, you know, it helped to get the BBI case when these political people wanted to change the constitution without, you know, to change it just to suit them. The judiciary stopped that, the BBI thing. The judiciary, stopped these finance things, the housing thing, but of course, the 2023 came back. The judiciary recently has said that the university funding model is not the correct thing, and has said that should not proceed because it is getting many students out of education. Now, if you compare the judiciary, which is doing these things, and of course, one is not saying that there aren't corrupt people in the judiciary, and there are ways in the judiciary. If you believe that there is anybody who is corrupt, then you just proceed against them, you name them. You name them, and therefore, you know, they can be, whether it's the Judicial Service Commission, whether it is in the courts of law, you do that. You know, all those ways, and even their own internal systems, whatever it is, you do it so that then we can discuss, you know, individual people. So I think that is really, what it is to be done. Now, if Martha Kome gets out, others get out, and we know that already the executive is held hostage. We know that the legislature is held hostage. Therefore, now what guarantee is there when a new judiciary is being, those at the top are being appointed? What guarantee is there that there will be people who are anti-juris pesa? Obviously not. And the idea is to hand out whoever is in the judiciary at the higher echelons and then replace them with pliant people, And so it means that there is now all the arms of government will no longer be available to help the citizens. It will be the citizens squarely against the government. So I really wish that, particularly through the Law Society, I think that there can be more sobriety, and this matter is discussed, candidly. And even I think one of the big spaces should now be just on the judiciary. One of these spaces where some of this, like today, Hillary, should be on the judiciary, because we can be led the garden path, and we abort what is residual in terms of once in a while protecting our citizenry. So this is really, with a lot of respect to Ahmed Nasir, because this is somebody, we taught together for a long time, and somebody who, you respect people, but then friendship also means that you tell somebody this is a slippery, very, very slippery path, very slippery path. And therefore, we hope that somehow, I don't know how, but particularly Raila, who said that these abductions are primitive, since they are still continuing, for him to say, I will not participate in a government where primitive things are getting done, and I yield. And I thank you very much, and I say Happy New Year. Well, it can't be happy. Let's get into next year, and really let us say that it is not negotiable for our constitution to be trashed, and whatever must happen, so that we ensure that our constitution is respected. Because if you can't respect the constitution, then you can't rule. And I yield.
Thank you very much, Professor. Before you leave, I have a small question for you. And also, interestingly, this is the same this is the same institution that got this regime in power. I don't want to dwell on that. My question is this: in other countries, because of racism and everything that goes on, we've heard of hate crime. It is becoming apparent that this regime really hates the Gen Zs. They don't seem to target the millennials, because in these abductions there was no millennial. And if you go to X, the timelines, everybody posted that image, but yet everybody who was abducted as a result of his image is a Gen Z. Does this regime hate the Gen Zs? And is there a law against hate crime here?
You see, when the judiciary, redemptor, when the judiciary in the court, in the case that affirmed that the current president had Ruto had won the elections, when they did that, according to them, was the law, and they saw that that was the law, and so on. Now, This government, therefore, would say I should not fight against those people, because those people, when my win was being contested, they said according to the law, I have won. So under normal circumstances, one would expect, therefore, that there would be respect for this particular judiciary. But this is the opposite that is happening, and it's because when the government wants decisions that are pro-government, they are not getting them. And therefore, they want to replace the leadership with people who are going to hand them over decisions that they want, so that the judiciary is captured. You see? So even if you try to make friends with the current government, unless you exactly what they want all the time, then you can't be their friend. Now, these young people, the Gen Zs, who they're exposed to, they go into the social media and they Google and they do all those things. They are very tech savvy, and therefore, and very talented. Like, under normal circumstances, if there was work for them, then this IT and tech talent they have, they would use it to do the jobs. Now that there are no jobs, they are doing it to, if they can get the government out, so that there can be another government which can make provision for them. So the system realizes that these people, even in their youth, whatever it is that they're doing is discomforting them a lot. And these are things that go to the international community, to everywhere. You can't hide them. And indeed, the younger people in many countries, when countries are crying for change, sometimes these guys don't sense danger easily, and therefore they volunteer. They volunteer to do what is necessary to see that the change comes. And you see, if you traumatize a generation, if you instill fear, if you try to negate them, then you are attacking your future. Because these people will grow up saying, okay, you guys, you can put us down now, but our time will come. And so it is not something that you do, because it's just like in the family situation. You may be a parent who is abusive and all that, and then later, when the kids grow, then, when you want them to help you, they don't. So I think that's bad strategy. The strategy is really to ask, what's the problem? And the problem is youth and disempowerment, youth unemployment, all those issues. So you address that if you can. So it's unfortunate that these young people are being targeted because they can come to town, they can do, whatever. And just to say that, tomorrow, as Miguna said, people have to be very, very, very careful, very protective of each other, because there is the constitutional right to demonstrate, to picket, to do all those things. So it's not something illegal, and it's in defense of the constitution. But good strategy, good organization, so that, something is properly mobilized. Because even the levels of the Gen Zs are not the levels that were there in the 90s. The NCC, where I was, part of. This is higher staff. So it's important to always organize properly, so that, you have people, and it's not easy to kind of, make those funny arrests and do stuff like that. So that, for me, that is what I would say one has to prepare, so that really when you have your show, then it is a real show, so that it's not quickly dispersed, and then when that happens, then they say, you see, it's just a few people, And the point which was made about Tibet, if first of all, there is no government which is a government of one tribe. Because if there's like 3,000 people who are top in this government, all those can't be Kalenjins. And to say that it's a government of Kalenjins really misses the point, because they are all, manner. Some groups might be more or whatever, but it's, from all this, that ruling class from all over all over the place. And if it was a Kalenjin government, I would imagine Kibet would have been called and told, we can give you a scholarship to somewhere. Please don't stop doing this. But it is that those Kanu guys and guys who want change. I have taken quite a bit of time, but I felt because of really what my friend Ahmed Nasir, and I'm saying that because we really come a long ways in terms of University of Nairobi was it in the 80s or 90s? With most of the, most of Smoking, Gito Mukai, all those people that one taught, and once a teacher, you really, you get unhappy when certain things come from people that you have really, you have really, you taught, and so on and so forth. I yield. And
Even
sorry, just finally, Redemptor.
the hate crime.
Yes, finally, very finally. I think we need to be careful about like that conversation about I feel nothing. The nothing are comments. I feel them. I feel them. I feel them. And also what Hillary, said, that let's not extend this conversation, but just to be careful that we don't start fighting each other and making it fighting each other and making it harder to do common work. And common work is necessary, because if there isn't common work going forward, then that will be the best for the current government, because they will have us for dinner or for breakfast or for lunch. I yield.
Thank you, Professor. I really agree with you on your remarks on the very deep-seated grievances with our youth in Kenya. I think this structural injustice, where they are rooted in economic inequalities, ethnic marginalization, or weak institutions, have persisted for too long, I think. As you have pointed out, while the energy and passion of this young generation is commendable, we must acknowledge a lasting change demands more than just street action, I think. It requires structured leadership, strategic alliance, willingness to engage in a dialogue even with those who may disagree, I think. I think our shared history reminds us that progress has always come through a combination of pressure from below and from up, and this is the ideal of finding a pathway to address these grievances. Thank you, and I yield the mic to Redemptor again.
Professor, what you needed to share with people is there was a group of abductors or harassers who were called Kanu Youth Wingers. Only they didn't have Subarus and pro boxes and guns. But honestly, I still need to know if there's a hate crime in this country. Just yes and no. It's a very brief answer for that one. Then it can put my conversations in context. Professor?
Hate crime. You mean the government hating young people?
Yeah, or even if a group of people, even the tribal thing is being escalated in another level.
I think Redemptor and colleagues, comrades, eh, when Ruto goes to Raila and goes to UK, etc., there is no tribalism there. When it's time to work together to secure interests, there is no tribe, there is no Kalenjin, there is no Luo, there is no Kikuyu. But this leadership will go and tell the people that when we are voting, you are Luo, you are Kikuyu, you are Kalenjin, you are whatever. Let's try to get into coalitions on basis of tribes. They'll say that this is the party of our tribe. Stuff like that. So they manufacture negative ethnicity as far as their followers are concerned, but they themselves, are that kind I was talking about, that ruling class, which is very knowledgeable about their interests. So that is, one of the things that we must overcome is that question of this manufactured negative ethnicity. Because if this is not dealt with, whether it is 2027, before 2032, whatever, the people, particularly in the rural areas, will continue to be told that it's our time, it's the turn of our tribe, and all that. And yet, even after that, there is nothing coming to them. Even these handouts, people are given, 200 shillings, 100 shillings, sometimes 50. If you are more influential, 500, 1,000. And after that, for 5 years, there is nothing coming to you. There is very little coming to you. So those handouts, that negative is necessary, because these guys, they know that among themselves they are one group. There is no difference in terms of ethnicities, but they can percolate ethnic stuff, and the people buy it, and the people suffer. So I think there is a lot of work there, and again, in another space, we'll probably talk about these issues of negative ethnicity, and these handouts things, the things that make it, and the political parties. These political parties, like, they are political parties which are dominant in a particular region because they have created that narrative, and yet they are not held accountable when there is corruption by the governors in their parties, or whoever in their parties. There is no accountability. They are not, it is like the political parties have no role after elections, and they can't also be held accountable. So those are issues that we will discuss. I don't know whether I have answered, tried to answer what Redemptor asked me, and I yield.
You have promised to come to the next show, so I will ask those questions then. Right now, our concern is that we are not crossing the year without our young people. The protests then must continue up to the New Year's. That's my opinion. Fear not.
We are at the top of the hour, Redemptor, so I think we have to get going for the last speaker, and then we can do closing remark. Thank you.
Yeah, so KD, kindly. KD, unmute your mic.
Maybe after KD, Redemptor, if you give me a minute to say something to what you were asking, Prof, just to share my thoughts in a minute.
Okay. KD, unmute. We are closing the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Hillary, for this. This has been a very good space for just like sharing and talking to everyone, and the enlightenment as well. Dr. Kivuda has quite painted some of the whatever's in the questions I had, especially like when you talk about handouts and stuff. We have to get to a point and be honest with ourselves, because most of the things we do are what bring us to where we are. For instance, when you say handouts, there was a whatever yesterday on how much the government has spent in the last 3 months, and this guy spent 11 million, 11 billion, something like that, 11 million. They spent 3 billion in 3 months, and him by himself spent 11 million. So we'll go about and start saying this government is extravagant, yet we are the same people who receive the handouts. And I believe it just starts with the small disciplines we have to give ourselves, of learning how to deny ourselves and having that discipline of saying we are not falling for this, because that is a good example. Being bought lightly. When we talk about getting out there on the streets, some think it's more or less of it's for some people and not everyone. This thing 3-4 months ago, we said Safaricom is the one that is abducting our children. how many of us actually took up the initiative of saying, I think I have to let go of this line? But we are so much accustomed to this system that we have been, we are fishing in an aquarium. So you really think you're comfortable because you don't, it doesn't hit you until that day when that aquarium breaks and the water spills off. That's when you realize, wow, this could also be my own child, to be my own kid who's, and what hurts me most is we will still end up now being the victims, because right now we say let's go out there and we don't. You want to go ahead and do your own activities every day, go in the kazini, open your shop, or whatever you do. I want you to sit down and ask yourself this question: what is the situation with the parents of these children? Can they sleep? Can they eat? Can they wake up? And even if maybe you have your own business or you're employed, are you in a position to actually go and open that shop and say, I'm going to bring more whatever stock to replenish my shop and make sure I'm in business? So I think it's just upon us to have that number one discipline here. It's the small things we will do for us to get to say, no, enough is enough. When they come to church, they say something stupid, we clap at them. We are endorsing them. You have a right to get to a point and say, no, I've had enough of this and I just need to have change. Because from where I sit, what I tell myself is we should stamp our foot down and have this attitude of this thing will never happen again. Whether it's Kivuda who's going to be president or Redemptor or whoever, no one should ever come and break the law in terms of the right of any citizen. No one should ever be abducted again. There has to be law, and law has to be followed, and law should be equal to everyone in the country, not some and others. So I just want to leave it at that, and I hope we all commence and try to replenish ourselves even as we jump into the new year. Think of it as starting anew in the things that have been your weakness. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, KD. Thank you for those submissions. Dr. Milton? Dr. Milton, unmute. I know I can hear you on transit. Even as you're coming back on, I don't know if you can hear me. Bonnie?
Actually, I don't have anything else to say. Can you hear me? I don't have anything else to say. Let's go get it. Let's go do it.
Thank you. Milton?
Okay, yes, I wanted to say this. There is there is some truth in the fact that this regime has hatred for the young people. But it's not just for the young people. It is anybody that would remind them of their incompetence. That would definitely be an enemy of this regime. That is, I mean, it is as simple as that. And the reason why they are targeting the Gen Zs is because they know that this is the generation that is ambitious. This is the generation that even some of them, these are the youth who will go. They have all the time. They are tech savvy, and they will dig back into where this regime, or especially Ruto, where he lied. These are the people who have been compiling together and reminding the country indeed that this is what this guy told you and this is what he is doing. So to that extent, they become easy target because they are jobless. Number one, I would want to say here without any fear of contradiction that William Ruto and his team, they believe that everybody has a price. And I say so because I have been approached myself. They believe that anybody, mtu yeyote anaweza nunuliwa. So they target these young people and they make their life impossible and then make them an offer. So when these young people are made an offer, it has become impossible to make offers to them in the numbers that are coming out. So they are getting frustrated and they are therefore now targeting them for intimidation, number one, and to make that clearer, they are now going to the parents and telling their parents, look, we are dealing with these young people if you don't talk to them. So they want to apply reverse psychology on these young people and their parents so that then it becomes easy for them to get away with what they are doing, and so that the parents like you redemptor utaambia mtoto wako wachana kupigana na serikali, unajua serikali ina mkono mrefu. Because this generation, the Gen Z, doesn't have that fear that we, the millennials and those before us, grew up with. This is a generation that will tell you, hey, daddy, apana, this one you. And that makes William Ruto extremely uncomfortable because he is a control freak. So he can't take it. He has such a thin skin but by the way, those who know him directly, they can tell you, he doesn't take no for an answer. He doesn't think no is a complete sentence. That is why he would respond with a mosquito bite with a hammer, because he is so weak, he is so intimidated, and he doesn't understand how money cannot buy loyalty, because the choir around him is about money. That is how he has got his loyalty. So anybody who stands against him, anybody that will remind William Ruto of his incompetence is an enemy. So it's not just Gen Z. It's just that Gen Zs are going all out and they are saying things that those of us who are older would probably not tell him on his face.
Thank you, Dr. Milton. Over to you, Redemptor.
Yeah, my final submission is that a few days ago, the president told us to talk to our young people. And when you go to the timeline, end abductions in KE is still trending on the 4th day. And the images that made them upset have multiplied. In fact, now there are worse images in bikinis and the rest. So that means what? We are not holding our children's phones. They are adults. And 2, we were beaten by our parents and they told us not to cry. In fact, we were not supposed to make a heaving sound when they beat us. And we improved and we said we were not going to do that to our children. So when they cry, we listen. When we beat them, we explain to them why we beat them, and we beat them with love. We discipline them with love. We taught our children to speak the truth, and that's what they've been doing. So I can tell you on this one, we have no control, and if our children have broken the law, we will love them even in prison. So they cannot be children and be abducted. If they are children, they should be in juvenile by now. I have a lot I would want to say, but the same way you addressed our children, we would also want to address your mothers and your wives. The pain of childbirth is forgotten when we hold our children in our hands. And it is unnatural for mothers to bury their sons and their daughters. So we appeal to the women of the first 47 counties and the women in the highest office. We appeal to you. We would like to see statements coming from your offices in the next few days. And in as much as people are saying tomorrow is going to be successful or failure or roads will be closed, when COVID came to the world, it was a pandemic, and they said we cannot come to Nairobi. There is a pandemic right now. We are in a bad place, and maybe in the new year, people should not come to Nairobi, because Nairobi is a very dangerous place for their young ones. I'm just giving a hint that it is doable, because I think the people who are frustrating us, who are doing all those things, are less than 10,000 people. We want our country back. We want some sanity back. Those are my final submissions, and to thank everyone who stayed here for all those hours. And I thank Hillary for hosting the show, the co-host Abdi, Bonnie, Dr. Milton, Neto, I know you're somewhere listening. And for Professor Kibwana, thank you for listening in and coming to contribute when the topic demanded for your wisdom. And Wakili Ndegwa, thank you. And all the other comrades, sorry, we have to close the show. Asante.
Thank you, Redemptor. Before I give my closing remarks, I will give Advocate Ndegwa 2 minutes and Bonnie 2 minutes, and then we do the closing remarks. Thank you. Ndegwa, do you have
Yeah, thank you very much. I've listened to Professor and his wisdom. And I cannot agree with him more. And thank you for finding it worth to come and share with us. We are in a struggle, and the struggle needs, at least we have to redeem this country and regain back our freedom. This is a fight against impunity, is a government that are rogue, is an individual who gives not in the rule of law. We must commit ourselves to restoring the rule of law in this country. If we restore the rule of law, these abductions will be a thing of the past. If others will be a thing of the past. If we restore the rule of law, one will understand that there is something called freedom of expression. If we restore the rule of law and constitutionalism, somebody somewhere will understand that there is a freedom of consciousness. Someone will understand there is freedom of consciousness. Unless we restore the rule of law, this country will go to the dogs. It is the rule of law that is in this country. Is a breakdown of the rule of law that individuals can conduct themselves in such an impunious manner. They have shown contempt to us. They have shown contempt to our constitution. They have demonstrated contempt to our sovereignty. And we, the people, being the sovereign, we must come and restore the rule of law. Article 3 must mean something in our lifetime. Article 1 must mean something in our lifetime. Article 10 of the Constitution about the values and the principles of governance, the rule of law, the people's participation, democracy, human rights, equity and equality, accountability and transparency must at least mean something. Unfortunately, those questions mean something when Mr. William Ruto is at the helm. So we must first of all deal with the cancer that is ailing this country. Time and again I have said that we need a precise political surgeon who is going to steer this country back to the path of the rule of law, put the country back on rail, to the doctrine. Comrades, we are in a struggle and we must be committed to the struggle for ourselves and the future generation, so that the future generation may not blame us for having allowed our constitution to be mutilated. If we do not defend, if we do not come out and defend the constitution will be too weak to defend us. May I wish you a happy new year and a year that will resolve to struggle towards getting a government that is of the people, by the people, and for the people. Good night.
Thank you, Akili. 2 minutes, Bonnie. Let's be quick. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. So I just thought of a message that I wanted to pass to Kenyans, which is, and I've said this before, I really want to implore Kenyans to think that, to understand that this moment in this discourse they've engaged in is not a discussion around government. It's not a discussion around, which set of politicians are going to be ruling us over the next, 5, 10 years, right? You're hearing from a lot of us. Some of us are new to national politics. Some of us are, seasoned people like Governor Kibwana. I really want to make sure that Kenyans understand that this discourse is about the country that we want to be. The reason why we're urging you to vote tomorrow is to help shape the character of your country. Are we going to be a country where the Constitution means anything? We are proud of our Constitution in this country, but it does not mean anything if it doesn't protect you uh, from being picked up by the government in the middle of the street in broad daylight without any justification. It does not mean anything if it cannot protect you from being picked up for no reason, right? A constitution does not mean anything if it does not really serve citizens. And so we urge you to go out because I need you to connect What it, having a constitution and actually defending it. It doesn't mean anything if you do not go out and protect it. The other thing I want to point out is that, all of us, outside of these spaces, we are doing other things to help advance the public good, right? We help the cause of the country. Um, all these things are important, right? So I spend a lot of time, for example, researching and publishing my analysis about how your government is behaving or misbehaving with public funds. And I do that because I can connect the importance of resources in executing on the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't mean anything. It can tell you that you have rights to healthcare, to education, but if you don't have the resources to be able to execute on it, it doesn't mean anything. So look in yourself and ask you how you can serve your country. All of us have a role that we can play. Look in yourself and ask yourself, beyond tomorrow, what is it that you can do for your country? And then find that thing that you can do, and then start doing it, and then we'll all be helping develop and build a better country for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you so much. As we come to close, to the end of this powerful conversation, let us remember that the fight for justice, freedom, and democracy is not a sprint, as Dr. Milton says, it's always a marathon. The story we have heard tonight, the names of those missing, the voices of their families, remind us of the deep wound our nation bears. These are not isolated incidents, but symptoms of a system that has lost its moral compass. We, the people, are the soul of this nation. When we speak with authority of the Constitution and the collective will of a unified citizenry. The pain of the mothers waiting for her son, the emptiness of a child missing their father, and the silence of an empty chair at the family table should never be our reality. We must channel our outrage into action. We must demand accountability, not just with words, but with sustained pressure. This is our fight, our generational moment to rise and ensure that Kenya becomes a nation where human rights are sacred and not optional. Tonight we have shown we are not only tonight we have shown that we will not be silenced, we will not be intimidated, we will not rest until every abducted Kenyan is accounted for, until every perpetrator faces justice, until every family can heal from the horrors of enforced disappearance. Thank you all the speakers, your contribution, and listeners. Our power lies in our unity, our courage, and our unwavering commitment to truth and justice. I think together we will reclaim Kenya. Let's go forward, firm in purpose and unshaken in resolve. The fight continues. We will win. Let's follow each other and let's soldier on. Thank you. Over to you, Hillary.
Hillary will, Hillary will not be joining the mic. Something has happened and he cannot hear us. Unless you're back, Hillary.
Okay, so we can just close the space then.
Yeah. So
Thank you,
thank you.
everyone, for attending.
On behalf of Hillary, I just want to thank everyone who has joined the show. Too bad we can't give more mics, but we are here every Sunday. So join us next Sunday for this show. And depending on what will have happened in the coming weeks, we need everybody to come and let's talk. So on behalf of this show and everybody who has joined, and Hillary Gondi, our gracious host, we thank you. Let's see you next Sunday and have a great week. Today's Sunday, and have a Merry Christmas is over and Happy New Year. And Kenya will not have peace until our young people are at home. Asanteni sana.
Happy New Year. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Kwa street kesho, mambo ya Happy New Year hiyo ni baadaye. Street kesho.
Okay, guys, Redemptor, you talking? Is Redemptor talking? Abdi, I can't hear you. Thank you so much. We're happy to see you and keep it live all the time. This is a pressure point moment that we usually be here. Nonini, my brother, I see you there. Thank you so much for joining us. And we really appreciate everybody. We've been here for more than 4 hours. This one to keep keep us alive all the time. It was end year's edition, and that's why we decided to take this long today. Ndegwa, thank you so much, Advocate, for joining, and the Prof was here, Dr. Miguna, and other speakers. So keep it alive, being the last Sunday of of the year and the month of December. We really welcome you in the next year that things will roll up well, and except uh, be watchful. There's more is coming around the table. Ronyo, I don't know what you want to say, but thank you so much, guys. Have a blessed night, and let us meet at CBD in the morning. Thank you and bye. God bless all of us, and may God take care of us till we meet again on Sunday, the same time, same platform, and with the same spirit. God bless you all. Bye.